Well, hello everybody. How you doing today? Are you having a good time? Are you having a fun time? Are you prepared to have a good, fun time? It's the man. I am him. I told you my name was Joe, but it was Himothy all along. Hope you're all having a good day. For those watching on YouTube, today's weather, we're following a theme. It was we started with Simple Man because with by Leonard Skinner, if you didn't know, because we're playing a simple version of the Man deck. Why not? And then we did I Want to Be Your Man by And Ever After. A lesser known song, but I mean, what can I say? It's what we're doing. I wanna be your man. I wanna be your man. Come catch me while you can, yeah. It's 7:30 a.m. and I actually have to adult in a bit, but I wanted to drop by and say hi. Hello, Hayes. How are you doing today? Where's the marks? We'll get him on here. I think we start with Zuck, right? Just in the back, in the corner there. I was straight jamming. It's a fun one to play. I learned that one from Rock Band. Ban Maxi. More like, man, Maxi is still legal? Why is that? I appreciate you doing these so much more after coming back. I'm glad to hear. Anytime people have an excuse to watch stuff. What is with Zuckerberg? I'm not gonna do the joke because it'll be funnier. We'll get better reactions if I do it live for the first time. Poo pants? Nope, not today, Jim. I would say your persistence is admirable, but I'm like, it's persistence in like a terrible joke. At least that's what I assume it is. It's either that or it's like a fetish thing. I don't know. Jim asking the real questions. It's one of those things like, I don't think I'd necessarily say it bothers me. It's just baffling, I suppose. Hey, no kink shaming. If your kink is watching people poo their pants, I think you can have a little bit of shame. I think that's one of the kinks worth shaming people for, you know? Assuming that is one of those things. Especially like, if you want to do that in your own time, that's fine. If you go to other people's streams and you're like, oh, hey there, do you have any smelly diapers around? Like, then it just becomes problem. Then it becomes a problem. What scat party are you at? I'm not at any. At least that's the thing. Like, it's either some weird fetish thing or they just think that line is like hilarious. And they continue to think it's hilarious like 6 months after starting to do it every day. And I guess, I don't know, maybe does persistence of a bad joke, will that eventually like bring it around? Like if something's unfunny, if you do it like 1,000 times, does it eventually become funny? Oh, Lord Crota is here. Apophis Ladder Climb. I've been playing it since it came out with Eldritch. That's one of the few things. I'm not sure if I have Eldritch stuff. You can beat a dead horse until you're numb to it. I'm only here for the man. Got Pure Man. Is it Lich with a T? No. Yeah, I do have 2 of him. Yeah, I could play an Eldritch version. I have all the stuff for it. I forget what I played. I guess I'd have to add these ones in, I assume. And I don't have the URs for it. But that's the thing about this deck. It's so flexible. We're starting out with Simple Man. Yeah, I'm going to call this Simple Man. It's just pure man with hand traps. We're just playing the stuff. And then we've got the next one I wanted to do. Oh yeah, it's Starman, which is the man with Argo stars. Starman floating through the space and you do the things. Actually, don't know that song at all. And then we've got the man with the C, which is where we put in 3 retaliating C and 3 contact C and a sneaky C. Maybe this will be the second version. This is just changing out the hand traps for funnier hand traps. There's not really any synergy. We don't have a water version for Ocean Man. Then we've got the Man Trap. And this is like the more trap-centric version where we're playing like 3 Lord of the Heavenly Prison with Trap Trick and Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon and Azaroon. And then we've got the Unreasonable Man, which is where you just play 1 barrier statue of the Drought and 1 statue of, or 1 man with the Mark as your only normal summonable monsters. The rest of these can't be summoned or set. And then you play 3 Reasoning and 3 Monster Gate, so that you activate either one of those and you mill like your entire deck, and then you summon a barrier statue, and then you get like 3 Anubis of the Last Judge backed up by transaction rollback. Do you think Redeemable Jar is worth it in this? There's a lot more Jar cards than I thought. Banish 1 trap from your graveyard. Add from your graveyard a trap with a different original name. Yeah, maybe. I mean, now that I'm looking at it, we probably don't want Karma Cannon. Like, we can use the transaction on these, or evenly matched. We'd probably want some other traps that do removal things, maybe Torrential or something. Reasoning always felt like enough. I guess we'll see if we do it. But I mean, that's the thing, is we've got 6 streams and five decks, at least. There's also Fiendsmith Man. There's also Eldritch Man. There's also what's it called? Primite Man. There's also Paleo Man. Paleo Man. I guess that would be the closest to Ocean Man, right? How do we make the counter trap one live? Oh, you're talking about in this. No Secret Agent Man. Yeah, you can't add spirals. It's a Statue of Anguish pattern. And I thought there was something in the extra deck. No, it's just Statue of Anguish pattern. Has 2,500 defense. So if you can get this with Dragon's Mind. Yeah, I'll definitely have to adjust this a little bit. But that's going to be like the last one we play because it's like Floodgate. Mitsu Man. We played Mitsu 2 recently. And that video didn't do especially well. I don't think it did terribly, though. Let me double check real quick. I'm curious, because I haven't looked back at it. How is the Mitsurugi episode doing? Well, it's still getting views. It's only 24,000, though. Circuit 2, if I recall, possibly. Yeah, it's currently my fifth best performing video. My best videos 1 through 4 are Genesis Apocalypse. Then Ladder Climb, then all the what's it called? Masochists. I still haven't watched the Mitsu episode. It's pretty good. I'm really proud of the thumbnail I made for the next Genesis Apocalypse. Get a little preview here. Possibly, if it'll load. What the heck? Ah, there we go. Yeah. Why I'm Afraid of Seas. It's an old reference, but, you know, 90s kids will remember. The Fly inspired, yeah. And I'm actually... if you don't know, people keep they're like, oh, why you keep changing the thumbnail? YouTube has a thing now where you can put 2 thumbnails at the same time. Oh, oh, can I not look at them? No, it won't let me look at them. But yeah, you put 2 thumbnails at the same time. Or I could show you on another video real quick. What's one that already came out? Did this one do the A/B testing? Yeah. So like you can upload 2 thumbnails and it'll alternate between them, and then depending on how many people click on each thumbnail, it'll like decide based on the results which one is more better at gaining people's attention. In this case, I made this purple one where it was all purple. And I was like, that might blend in too well. So I made one where it was like, the purple was behind us and we kind of had like a tint to it. But the full purple one did slightly better. That's cool, yeah. So there'll be people like, oh, well, you know, the last thumbnail was good. Why did you change it? And my question would be, why didn't you click on it if it was so good? Apparently it wasn't good enough to get you to click. You only clicked after it changed. Otherwise, you would still have the old thumbnail. I'm happy the Apocalypse videos are doing well. Oh yeah. I mean, anything with MBT does well. I will say they aren't like breaking the bank or anything, but since I edit them myself, they've really helped shore up a lot of my financials. Right here at the end of the year. Which, just to, you know, I'm always trying to be transparent. Let me check this real quick while I'm in here. So, it doesn't, because we're in 2026 now, it doesn't let me see the 2024 numbers. I just get to see 25 and 26. I only made $300 this year. I'm so behind. But yeah, and all the YouTube ad revenue for all of 2025, I made $24,000. Keep in mind that's before tax. So I still owe a whole lot of money. But it was Let me, if I switch this to 24. So 24,000 in 2025. It was 37 in 2024. So I made like $12,000 less. Which, I mean, you know, I could still afford rent and everything like that, but it has been a dramatic, you know, that's how it is in the entertainment industry. I had assumed that like the upward trajectory would continue and I would make like slightly more money each month, but this is the first month where it's like, no, I made significantly less. But like I said, the Genesis Apocalypse helped shore up at least some of that. I would be even further behind. But those videos get decent money, and I don't pay editors for them. Granted, I've had to edit them myself, and they take forever to edit. YouTube is so volatile. Well, it's like I'll always like explain to my dad, because I mean he understands more because he tried to be a musician in like the 80s, and so I can, especially in looking up stuff about like the lives of musicians. YouTube, it's really volatile, but it's really the same with like any entertainment industry. Doesn't matter if you're an actor or a musician, unless you're like on the local news. I think that might be the only like entertainment gig that is very consistent. But I mean, I can't understand how newscasters do it. Where they have like, oh yeah, we have 7 o'clock news, and then we have noon news, and then we have like 7 p.m. news. It's like, when do you go home? Do you drive home in between? Are you at the office that whole time? Oftentimes the news is like live, so it's not like they pre-record it. It feels like, yeah, you got a consistent gig, but you have to live at the news station. Do you think your editing is clearly very different and feeling to how you're masochist? Oh yeah. I mean, the editing, Mr. Metal actually has the ability to put in like bits and do funny jokes. How he gets all these so quickly and has all these clips and everything and finds them, I don't know. It takes me forever to get that. Maybe he's just got like an archive of stuff that he's built up. Or maybe just doing it so much, he gets really fast at it. I know he edits for a lot of other people. But when it comes to Genesis Apocalypse, it's taking me like 10 hours to edit those. And all I'm doing for the most part is just like putting the footage together and editing it down so that it takes out all the awkward pauses. And then like adding music and transitions and stuff. Like there's not really any editing gags or like special tricks or anything I'm doing. It's all very, very simple and stripped down. It just takes so long. And I was actually going to show some of this on a behind the scenes stream, but I guess I could do it here while we're just like chilling out. I was talking to my friend about this, and he found it, like, surprisingly interesting, so perhaps you will find it interesting as well, Chad. Howdy, Abysmal. And then we'll actually get into the dueling. Let me see if I can open up Filmora, which is what I use to edit with, if you don't know. Wondershare Filmora. So far, I think... I forget who it was. It might be Golden Nova. Uses Filmora. I'm like the only I've met one other person who uses this editing software. So whenever I run into problems, like I just have to try to look online, and there's very few resources, but it works really well and it's extremely cheap for the price. And also it's like I know how to use it. I have to relearn everything. Okay, let me see if I can window capture it. I could do karaoke. Should I or nah? Entirely up to you. Oh, okay. There you go. Oops. Slight spoilers. Don't look. But yeah, you could see, just to get like the video edited so that it looks kind of normal, like not even editing any tricks or whatever, the timeline is very complicated. There's a lot of little ums and ahs and like waiting for the UI that has to be like cut out of here, which is why there's a million billion little clips. But also just the amount of tracks you have to work with in order to get like my face cam, Joseph's face cam, my screen, or my background, Joseph's background, and then to alternate between them. Plus the musical files and everything. I'm spoiled! Pourquoi? But a really interesting thing, let me see if I can... There you go. So the video file, the way we record this is instead of recording two separate things, we have one file, like this is one video file, which is like, we increase the resolution so that it's double wide. And then we put two scenes in it, one of the webcam and one of the MD Pro 3. And so when you look at... You weren't part of the game this whole time. Let's go ahead. Where does it... Where's the crop button? There's crop to fit, but that's not what I want. Crop and zoom. There we go. Oh, you can't see that part. Weird. Like the little pop-ups that are happening in window, it doesn't show up. But yeah, so basically we just got this ultra-wide file, and I've cropped in so that you're only seeing like this half with me in it. And then in the case of like, if you're seeing something like this, I've then shrunk that down. So you've got two copies of each file, both of which are ultra wide, and then you're just only showing a small part of it. I wish I understood this. You weren't part of the game the whole time? Yeah. All the green screen. Ooh, neat. Yeah. Anyway. It's one of those things, I always think of video editing and like image editing as being like fairly simple. And then I try to explain it to people and I'm like, maybe it's more complicated than I thought. I remember one time trying to explain something to my parents about Photoshop and I was like, oh, we put it on another layer. And they're like, what's a layer? And I was trying to explain that like, oh, well, if a layer's on top of another layer, then like it overlaps it. And they're like, well, how does it know which one's on top? Like they didn't get the idea of layers, even though like functionally it's just like, I got some Yu-Gi-Oh cards, like here's a layer. This is on top. And then if you do it this way, it's like, oh, I can move this around and it'll cover up the other card because it's on a higher layer. If I put it on the layer behind it, now this one covers it up. It's really simple and intuitive to me, but I guess if you're not an artist, it can be kind of like complicated to understand it. I don't like video editing. I just like the feeling of seeing a finished product. Yeah. I tried to learn video editing and found it surprisingly easy. It was after a week of Yeah, in my experience, editing videos in a very basic way, like if you just want to make like a slideshow, or if you just want to like put together some footage and put some text over it, really easy. It's a lot of the little nuanced things. Ogres have layers, yeah. Thank you for explaining it in Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Now I get it, yeah. And so in this example here, you know, not only do you have the 2 layers, but you can also resize things. And I can't resize the card, so I can't actually show it in Yu-Gi-Oh form. But that's, yeah, it's basically we've got 2, it's the same video twice, except in one we've cut off the left half, on the other we've cut off the right half, and then we've shrunk the right half down and put it on a layer on top, and that's how you get picture-in-picture. It's... I was like, oh, it's really simple to do, and then I'm like, which is why it takes me like 10 hours to edit the episodes. Maybe it's not simple to do. Can I put the layers together and create a new layer? Yeah, you can combine layers. Although one would still always be on top or on the bottom. Polishing and speed. Yeah, to some extent, it depends on what you're trying to do. Like, what was it? I make all the intros for the ladder climbs. And one of the things that I've really been working on the last year is sound effects specifically. There's a lot of like when cards appear or like when I hit a card doing that effect. It's like for the longest time I would like hit them or move them and I'm like, why does it feel so weightless? Like I'm really shaking the card. I'm going in and like on the using the animation, really fine tuning. Like when I hit it, it like reacts in like stages instead of just like moving to the right. And it still wasn't working right. And it wasn't until like I realized that if I put in like a sound effect, suddenly it had all the impact I wanted. I didn't even have to do the animation stuff. It was the sound that sold the impact more than the visuals. As long as the sound fits and you time it up right. And like, you know, you can kind of get them to fit, but the difference between something that like kind of lands and works and something that really has an impact is all about like adjusting the pitch so that it sounds like deeper or higher depending on like how close it is or far away or how big the thing is that you're interacting with. What do I even do to make this funny? Yeah. Or like there's an effect in my editing program that'll like shake the screen. And I realized that if I put it in for like just a couple seconds, like a second of screen shake, rather than get like a shake effect, it just kind of gives this like nudge where it really sells the impact of things. It feels like when I hit something that I'm like hitting it so hard the camera is moving. Man time. Yeah, it's simple. It's incredible what a simple sound can do for immersion. That and like drop shadows, like adding a shadow to something, like just on like a tiny little like sliver of a shadow over on the side, can really sell that it's like something that exists in the world versus like a flat image just kind of being edited onto the screen. Fighting game levels of screen shake, yeah. Well, it's kind of... I wonder if I could... I keep getting distracted, but it's fine. We'll be here. Let's open up this. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the most complicated... Let's see. Get another little spoiler? Let's call it a preview, Chad. It's not a spoiler, it's a preview. Got the intro for the Super Quant. Multi-Stream Joe. Where's the stuff where I actually punch it? Yeah, that's like probably the best example. Is like having these two things come down and then having me punch it. You can see it without the sound. It certainly has like a bit of an impact. Mostly from those little screen shakes. But then when you add the sound in... Each month my patrons pick a different deck, and I spend 3 months trying to push it up the Master Duel ladder. It gives it so much more, like, impact, right? Before it just, like, kind of seemed like they were empty blocks, but having that thick crunch sound makes it feel like they have weight to them. Like I've actually struck something. Month they've chosen Super Quantum, an archetype of colorful heroes with matching mechs that combine to create an unstoppable boss monster. Yeah, and same thing with, like, the, having the cards come out. It's, if you look back, like, a year or whatever, I would have, like, the 3 cards come out, and they just, like, or I would have, I'd be like this, and I'd gesture, and, like, a card would, like, slide onto screen. And it didn't look like it had much of anything to it. But the fact that these have, like, the little black shadows around the border, makes, like, it really sells the fact that they're overlaying, that they're, like, 3 cards popping out. They sound like they're coming out faster, because there's, like, a little whoosh. In Super Quantum, and then also this thing of, like, before I would just have them, like, you know, they'd slide in from the bottom of the screen, and then they'd be there. And I realize, I don't even know why this effect is, but they feel more like real objects, and they feel more, like the video in general seems to feel more professional, when instead of just having them go onto the screen and then freeze there, they like slowly continue moving in the same direction, almost like they're floating. Chosen Super Quantum, an archetype. Like you could see how they're still slowly kind of like sliding across the street. Or the screen. It gives them like a sense of momentum almost. And it's like a small touch that takes like an extra like 5 or 6 minutes to put in. A simple principle in animation. It's weird because I wouldn't think, I guess like it is animation. But I wouldn't think that you would need that for something like this that's just like these visuals. Chosen Super Quantum, an archetype of colorful heroes with matching mechs that combine to create an Yeah, and then like that effect of like having them combine. It's like they just kind of wiggle in together, and then I add like a light glow effect to it. And then there's like an explosion, but the explosion is like at 50% opacity. And there's not actually a transfer, it just like clicks from like, in one frame they're all there, and the other frame it's Magnus getting bigger. But there's so much visual noise happening that your mind just kind of like fills in the gaps. That combine to create an unstoppable boss monster. And of course, he's slowly growing bigger, so it looks like, you know, he's got majesty to him. Once this titanic Ixie hits the field, victory becomes inevitable. But summoning this in a modern game full of hand traps is easier said than done. How long did it take you to make this? It was like an all-day thing, but I didn't... It's like an all-day thing, but I can only edit for like an hour before like my mind starts to glaze over and I have to go do something. I think if you took all the time that I actually spent like at the computer editing, it would probably be like 3 or 4 hours. Like maybe 6 hours at most. But like I said, because I had to take like breaks or whatever, because you can only go in and like deal with microseconds of things for so long, at least for me. When the video has polish, yeah. Like it was like all Sunday was just spent like working on that. I was up till like 7 in the morning. Was it Sunday or Saturday? One of those weekends. Anyway, y'all about ready to do this? We should probably get started. Fill yourself up with cats in the chat. Zuckerberg, we'll get him in there. There's gonna be a thing, just you wait and see. He's over on this side. Okay, I gotta remember that. Time to man up. And welcome back, men and non-men, to the ladder. Stepped on something. Okay. And welcome back, men and non-men, to Ladder Climb. As the intro said, we are playing the Man deck, also known as... Okay. And welcome back, men and non-men. As the intro said, we are playing Odion, aka Temple with the Kings, aka the Man with the Mark. It's an archetype that doesn't have a consistent name because it's based off like something that happened early in the anime and whatever. The point is that okay. I had a thing for this and I've completely forgot it. And welcome back, men and non-men, to Ladder Climb. Ladies and non-ladies flows so much better. And welcome back, men and non-men, to the Ladder Climb. As the intro said, we are playing the Odion archetype, also known as Temple with the Kings. Of the Kings, damn it. Okay. And welcome back, man and mant. Manant? No, that doesn't work very well. And welcome back, men and non-men. As the intro said... Damn it. What am I on? Take 27? We'll get it. And welcome back, men and non-men. And welcome back to Ladder Climb, men and non-men. As the intro said, we are playing the Odion archetype, also known as Temple of the Kings, also known as the Man with the Mark, which... By the way, you know, if you're wondering what this episode's cosmetics, that's the cosmetics. Okay, we almost got it. And welcome back to Ladder Climb, men and non-men. As the intro said, we are playing the Odion deck, also known as Temple of the Kings, also known as the Man with the Mark. And if you're wondering what this episode's cosmetics are, you know, what I'm doing, well... I'm a man. I'm already here. All I need is the Mark. And fortunately, I have a very special guest with me. The Mark. So we've got the Man with the Mark. So hopefully this should be enough. You know, he'll be back here behind Critter, chilling out, having a good time. And he'll bring us luck as we try to climb the ladder all the way up from Platinum 5. We're down a little lower than usual because last month was Jankmas. By the way, if you didn't see the Jankmas Ladder Climb, go check that out. Turned out pretty well. But that means we have a little more leeway this time. A little more leeway this time. Odion is a trap-based deck, and like a lot of those kinds of decks... Leeway this time. Okay. Odion is a trap-based archetype, and like a lot of those control... Okay. Odion is a trap-based control archetype, and like a lot of those style decks, there's a whole lot of... Okay. Odion is a trap-based control archetype, and like a lot of those other Okay. Damn it. Odion is a trap-based control archetype. Like a lot of similar archetypes, that means that there's a whole lot of flexibility with what you can do. There's a whole bunch of synergies, and that's doubly true with Odion because it's such a small engine. It's like 9 cards total, like less than a fourth of your deck, which means you can fit it in with a whole bunch of stuff. And as you can tell, we do have a whole bunch of different options already built here. We'll reveal those as we go along with, but to start with, I want to keep it simple. This is Simple Man, also known as Pure Odion, Pure Temple of the Kings. We're playing 3 of every archetype card, along with a whole bunch of generic hand traps, generic staples, and some stuff like Dominus Purge and Song of the Dominators that we are uniquely set up as an archetype to be able to play. Now, this is not a very good version of the deck. In fact, I would be surprised if we made it out of like Platinum 5 with this one. But I feel like it's important to start out here, not only because we're in Platinum 5, you know, I don't want to start off with Fiendsmith and just absolutely smurf our way through the lower ranks, but also I think it's important to start simple so that I can show you how the deck operates, what it does pure, so that when we start mixing it with stuff, you don't have to learn everything all at once. As for how this deck operates, it's pretty easy to show with a simple combo. So I'm going to jump into solo mode. I'm going to show you what the 1-card combo looks like when we're playing with Odion. Obviously, if you already know about how this deck operates, you can skip ahead. Although before you do, you know, if you like this show, if you're watching it every month when I put it out, I'd appreciate it if you subscribed, maybe hit that like button, you know, anything that can help support the channel makes it easier for me to spend all the gems I have to spend to make a new deck every month. And if you really enjoy the channel, consider joining the Patreon. For just a couple dollars a month, you could join. There's a link down in the description, patreon.com/hardleggaming. Whole bunch of rewards, videos early, patron-exclusive Discord. It's cool. Without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into that combo. Okay. We did it. It only took us like 15 minutes. Mr. Streamer, I can't skip ahead. Sounds like a personal problem. Mansplain, yeah. Also, yeah, I forgot about... Okay, so we are on stream 1. Our rank is P-5. Are we just doing go first counter this time, chat? I can't wait for the outtake vid. 3 level 10s is demonic, but I like it. Save that. Let's try that. Okay. Just trying to get this to, like, line up the way it would look good. There we go. That's probably good. Red reboot counter. Let's see if we get red rebooted first, and then we'll consider putting in a counter. Why did I go to shop? Oh, well, I guess we might as well. I do get a free pack, 1 free pull, chat. A special ticket for the New Year's festival. You think we'll get anything good? Anything special? No. Didn't even have time to respond. Reboot played a lot in Diamond. Okay, make myself smaller. So many Arby's gift cards. OG Temple of the Circuit. Okay, yeah. There's no way to summon it in, like, pure. I don't know why I'm clicking on my deck like I can check it. Okay, let me remember how to do this. Remind myself real quick. You summon the man. The man gets you Temple of the Kings or a spell trap that mentions it. So we get Treasure of the Kings for the main combo. Treasure of the Kings lets us set an Apophis trap. So we're going to get Apophis the Serpent. And then if we control 2 set cards, we can grab a monster that mentions Temple of the Kings. Get Merciless Scorpion. We can special summon this by banishing a level 10 monster or higher, which includes Anubis or Nibiru. Which, after the first turn, you really don't want to see Nibiru, so we just get that out of the deck. And then this can add Temple of the Kings or a spell trap that mentions it, so we'll get Temple of the Kings. This is... You can activate 1 trap card the turn it was set. So then you can activate Apophis the Serpent. This is just a normal monster, but when it's activated, you can set another Apophis from your deck, and it can be activated for this turn. And this one negates equal to the number of continuous traps on your field until the end of this turn. And then, depending on what you have, you know, you could go into Silo Hat Rabbit and get the Dirt Spider, which would probably be what we want to do if we have these, but you've already seen that from the Argo Stars profile. So instead we'll show this. Their fusion can be special summoned by attributing 2 Apophis monsters. So you tribute those, and you make Divine Serpent Apophis. Oh wait, we make it Silo Hat with these ones. Yeah, and then we do this. Okay, good thing I practiced first. Set those 2 back. It plays into Nib. Yep, I just gotta hope we don't get hit by Nib. Okay. Yeah, and then... Okay. Hope we can start with... Okay, perfect. Alright, so for the 1-card combo, all you need is the man with the mark, or a way to get to the man with the mark. Fortunately, we have one of those in Anubis the Last Judge. You can send this from your hand to the graveyard, add the man with the mark from your deck to your hand. An oddly specific searcher. This also has other effects that we'll see. It can like summon itself out of the graveyard, but the most important thing about it is just that it can do that. Then we're going to normal summon the man with the mark. And this says you can take 1 Temple of the Kings, or a spell trap that mentions it, and either add it from your deck to your hand or send it to the graveyard. We are never going to send to the graveyard. There's only 1 card that even works that way, and we don't play it. And we're going to get Treasure of the Kings. At least in this case, you know, there's a counter trap we can search if we already have Treasure of the Kings, which we did, but I'm showing you the 1-card combo. Pretend we have nothing else in hand. So, Treasure of the Kings, when this is activated, you can set an Apophis trap from your deck. We've got 2 of them, the Swamp Deity and just Apophis the Serpent, and we're going to pick the Serpent. Now, in addition, this says if you have 2 or more set cards on the field, or a trap card in your graveyard, add a monster that mentions Temple of the Kings. So I guess technically this is like a 1.5 card combo, because you do need to have some other card you could set, but we play so many traps, it's not hard to just like throw this down, and now this effect is live. And this is kind of what I talked about with this deck being circular, being a small package that kind of like gets to whatever. You know, if you open with the man, then you can grab Anubis here. If you go back just a little bit. And this is what I talked about, this being a small package that where like everything kind of And this is a good example of how this is a small circular package where it doesn't matter if you open with Temple of the Kings, Man with the Mark, or the Anubis. They all kind of search each other, so one way or another you're going to get to everything. It's just a matter of what order you do it in. In this case though, since we already have the Man and Anubis, we're going to grab Merciless Scorpion of Serket. This thing can be special summoned by banishing a level 10 or higher monster from your deck or hand while you control Temple of the Kings. And you might be like, Joe, you don't control Temple of the Kings. This thing's name becomes Temple of the Kings. I mean, you can see it up there in yellow. So we can special summon this by banishing Anubis. That's the one we play normally. Or we can banish a Nibiru, which, considering this is only really good in like the first 2 turns, better to just get it out of the deck, and then we don't have to worry about like top decking it when we're low on resources. This thing, during the main phase, can add Temple of the Kings or a spell that mentions it. So many cards that search the same cards. And in this case, we're going to get the Temple of the Kings. Now, Temple of the Kings is a really, really old card. It's been errata. The text right now says, you can activate 1 trap the turn it was set. Then it has another thing we can do, but we're not playing the card for that. Some people have told me to. I feel like it's just a little win more. You know, if you're in the position to do that, you've already won. So, for all intents and purposes, all this says is, this turn, you can activate a trap the turn it was set. And wouldn't you know, we set a trap this turn, Apophis the Serpent. So we'll go ahead and summon this. This on the field is just a normal monster, but when it's summoned, you can set another Apophis from your deck, and it can be activated this turn as well. Apophis the Swamp Deity is a negate. It's a non-targeting negate. You can negate any cards up to the number of other continuous traps you control. So with just this one, it means we'll always get 1 negate. If we get more continuous traps on the field, we could do 2, maybe even 3. But realistically, it's just 1. And then from there, we go into the extra deck. What we're going to do is take our... We could leave these on the field because they do have some effects, but we're going to trade them out for Silo Hat Rabbit. This you'll remember from the Argo Stars episode. Has the ability to set a trap from the deck that can summon itself as a monster. So obviously you can get any of the Apophis traps, or you can get our good friend the Dirt Spider. The Dirt Spider has returned, Statue of Anguish pattern. This guy, like, basically if you summon another trap monster, you get to target and destroy a card on the field. Not once per turn, so it turns this into a pop, in addition to just getting you a negate. And then with our 2 traps, what we're going to do is we can tribute them to summon the boss monster of this deck, at least one of them, Divine Serpent Apophis. And this is basically like a Dirt Spider at home. It says once per turn, if a trap card is activated, you can target 1 card your opponent controls and destroy it. So it's once per turn. It's not quite as strong in that regard, but at the same time, it also activates when any trap is set. So if I wanted to imperm, destroy, or imperm, negate. So if I wanted to imperm, negate, and then destroy, I could. Most importantly though, once per turn, you could target up to 3 Apophis traps in your graveyard with different names, and set them. So you're just getting back the cards that you used. One of the few problems with this deck is that you can quickly run out of room to set your monsters. Like we can't even put Dominus Purge on here. What are we going to do? We'll find a way to get past this. But yeah, so this is our end board. You know, if we get uninterrupted, if we're just playing pure, we have this. And what this represents is we could summon Anguish Pattern. This says when you summon a trap monster, destroy a spell trap your opponent controls. So you got 1 spell trap pop. Any of these traps, if we activate, we can target and destroy something with the Divine Serpent Apophis. Once we summon this, summoning both of these will each destroy a card. Activating the Apophis the Serpent will let us set another Apophis. This is not once per turn. So, assuming we can clear out our own Temple of the Kings, or use like the Imperm or whatever, we have access to 2 negates, each of which will give us a pop. Just a very strong control field with several cards left in hand, including one that, again, we can't activate until we clear some room. So that's what we're going to be trying to do. Go first, set this up, and then just dare our opponent to make a field in the face of so many pops and negates. Going second, it's a little trickier. Once you get into the grind game, there's a whole bunch of other nuances, but we'll see those once we get into the duel. So let's go ahead and jump in and see what season we've got today. Okay. And we're going to put that in as Odion 101. Remember not to play in the Imperm column. Good point. Give me 1 second, chat. I cooked something earlier and I burnt it a little bit and I just got a whiff of like burnt smoke. And I'm like, either it's just like an aftertaste or I forgot to turn the oven off. Let me go check and make sure the oven is off. Okay, the oven is off. It must have just been like residuals left over or something. The house doesn't have good circulation, so the smoke is just emanating. I guess I might as well just like win this real quick, right? Add polymerization. Zirconia. But it came back. Okay, let's stop this. You gotta do this in reverse order. So we go here, set a card, another one. Then this comes out, negate, yes. We'll get rid of our own Temple of the King so we don't have to worry about it. Yep, just, 5 cards, 5 pops. What can I say? What can I say except you're welcome? Yeah, and then we can use 2 of our level 6s to make a fucking photon strike bouncer. Or we could just make the second Apophis. And then this guy can summon in the graveyard by shuffling back 2 of these. And I already had game, but now I have even more game. It's okay to flex against the clankers, chat. They don't have feelings like you and me. What did Sapphire do to me? It stood in my way. BMing the bot is fine. For now. Getting used to summon the new Apophis during the draw phase. There are times when you only have one Apophis. Ah, I see. We're men. We're men in tights. I wonder if this is on YouTube. Not Men in Tights. No, it's not. It's only on Twitter. Ugh. Yeah, I had a funny thing happen to me, or not happen to me, but in one of the channels I was in, someone posted like a funny little video. And it's one of those like it's just a little animated song with like brain rot lyrics, and I was like, haha, this is funny, but a little catchy. It sounds like it's a parody of an existing song, but I don't know what the song is. I hadn't heard it before. And so I had to like try to reverse engineer what the original song was based on context clues from the parody. Because everyone in the comments was just like laughing about it. They weren't like mentioning what song it was. It's the Tito song, yeah. Oh, you saw it too. The Vocaloid. Isn't she not like actually a Vocaloid? She's like a thing. But yeah, Bird Brain. She became one last year. Ah, I see. Which is like an official character. Oh, okay. I'm not caught up on Vocaloid lore. Yeah, it's a song. The song came out 6 months ago and has 20 million views. Apparently it's super popular, but it's new to me and it's been stuck in my head. So I was like, I could play it, it would get it out of my system, and I could share it with chat. But I ain't opening up Twitter. Hatsune Miku? Mitsu? Yeah, I know Miku is a Vocaloid, and there's like 3 or 4 other like official ones. I thought, what's her name again? Tito? I thought Tito was like a similar idea, like it's an artificial singer, but I thought it was like not based off a real person and not done by the same company. There's more than 3 or 4. Oh, is there? Due to the fact that people love her. Yeah, I mostly know it was like, if you didn't have the money to actually afford Vocaloid, because it's like a professional program, Tito was like the, it's like Vocaloid at home. There's only 3 or 4 that matter. Yeah, I mostly know it from, fuck. I don't speak Japanese. Do we have anyone who speaks Japanese in the audience? It's from my playlist of long songs. I have a 20-minute long jazz song that's done by Vocaloids. This is what it's called. All I know it is da 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 da. It's like 20 minutes of like variations of a theme based around that. And I was like, who are these characters? It's like, they're all Vocaloids. And they just keep adding in more and more of the voices, and they have a simple little animation. Oh yeah, their names. I was like, how did I learn their names? Because I never read like a wiki or whatever, but they're on here. Piano solo. It's a great song if you have 20 minutes to listen to jazz chat, you know. It starts very simple and then it escalates. The title is too small. Please link it. I can read this. Isn't that Miku? I think Miku's in there, but yeah, she's playing the bass. There's like a drum solo, there's 2 keyboard solos, there's a bass solo. There's like a vocal solo where it's just like I only saw Len and Rin. No, there's a whole bunch of them. They're like on the they're in the band. But they also do use their voices. Okay. Standard! Season 49 has begun! Can you believe it's been almost 50 months of Master Duel? Holy shit. And they still haven't banned Maxi! Huh. I only dueled once in solo mode. Why do I get all 3? Interesting. Can you put Odion Duel Links theme? Like where? Crazy that the game is like 4 years old, yeah. I mean, where would you like me to put it, is what I'm asking. You want me to like play it in the background? OMG, it's the man. That's me. I'm him. That's the Mark. The Mark Zuckerberg. All right, first duel. Will we win the coin toss? Yes. Very good, especially for this version of the deck. The pure version of the deck really kind of needs to go first. It's only got like 2 tools for going second, and if we can't get to them, or they don't have like, or they have too much disruption, we're gonna be screwed. Here's one of our going second tools. Fusion Summon an Earth Fusion, using monsters from your hand or field. If you control Temple of the King, you can use your opponent's monsters as well. It's like Super Poly with fundamental differences. Okay, so we're gonna set Apophis. We're gonna set Song of the Dominators. We're gonna activate this. I think we still just go for Circuit, right? Yeah, because if they, like, ash it, then, like, at least we have a big guy. A really big guy. Get out of here, Nibiru. Give me Temple of the Kings. I almost selected the wrong one. And there you go. Our opponent saw the writing on the wall and they surrendered. I would expect perhaps we'll see a lot of this in Platinum. They saw the writing on the temple walls. Charles. Duel 1 versus Charles. All right, duel number 2, and we are not going first. Oh, which, by the way, I gotta remember, gotta update the thing. We are keeping track of how often we go first up there in the corner, simply because I feel like it's so critical to the success of this deck that you win the coin toss. I mean, make no mistake, this is a very good deck. I would call it rogue viable. This is something that can win a tournament under the right conditions. Yeah, I'll ash this. 2 for 1 on the 1 for 1. Sounds good. But yeah, so this deck is powerful, but it's also, like, not the best deck. I'm not sure if it counts, like, if I would say it's, like, in the top 5 decks. It's, like, number 6. It's, like, just slightly one tier below everything, but it is in the higher tiers. Alright, let's start with Anubis. Anubis, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you to Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, BT Moga. We got him. Look at him. He's all like... So, we activate the man, the myth, the legend, Ash Blossom. Unfortunate. But at least they used it here, so they don't have it for Maxi next time. We open both the Maxis. Fine, the man will just do it himself. Go ahead and hit in here. And then, actually, real quick, 7th Tachyon, reveal a number, add a monster with the same type and attribute, then place 1 card on top of the deck. Okay. So, what we're going to do is we're going to activate this. This locks us into Ixies. So, it, like, this is not an optimal starter, but if one of our, like, if they had ashed this, this would get us to the man. Because this is an Earth level 4, which means it searches the man with the mark. So what we'll do is we'll use it now, and that way, next turn, when we normal summon it, we won't be under the Ixie lock. And I guess we put Maxi on top. Make him feel safe and sound. Alright. What you got? Nothing. I wonder what I'll draw. Could it be Maxi? What a surprise. Let's go ahead and normal summon another man. The men with the marks. Ah, I see. Another Ash Blossom. I understand the bricks now. Well, I could get Silhouette Rabbit and then, like, set the one Apophis. Yeah. And then because I have Temple of the Kings, I can activate it this turn. It's bunny time. We're gonna be funny with this bunny. Not in that way. Not in the Zootopia way. Get your mind out of the gutter. Yeah, we're gonna set Apophis. And then Temple of the Kings. We're going to summon Apophis. Ah, they have the Max C. I see. Set a card, yeah. This has 2,000. Yeah. That stops us. We'll just hit them there. I mean, it's fine. We're going to activate this during the standby phase anyway. Now it just makes it easier for us. And considering we're all already kind of set up, I'm just going to like Max C in the draw phase. You don't have Ash Blossom. You've used too many already. Unizombie. Trying to think. We can't allow them to get started. I've got to assume they don't have any more starters, so we're just going to Apophis here. Vampire Kingdom, you say? I was worried about Zombie World. If a card is sent from the opponent's deck, target a card on the field, send a Dark Vampire, and destroy the target. I see. Anyway. Divine Apophis! Which, I'm not usually impressed by the summon animations, but good job to the artist on this one. It looks really nice. And yeah, there we go. We just set them again. We can activate them. We recycle. We pop the zombie world and everything. A real grindy hand trap battle. Let's see. 128. Duel 2 versus Vampires. Yeah, so what they draw? They're one of the 1-for-1, Max C, 2 Ash Blossoms, 1 copy of the field spell. Why do they play it at 2? Is it because they want to see it sometimes, but not all the time? Yeah, it could be the Vampire Counter Trap, could be Vampire Takeover, could be Cross Out Designator, could be one of these high-level vampires that they can't get out of their hand. Why does he play 1 copy of Unizombie and 2 copies of this? I don't know. The UR vampires are so trash. Ooh, pardon me. Yeah, I will say, I think it was in the Yummy episode, the Yummy Let's Learn I just put out. And a lot of people are like, I don't understand why you don't play 1-for-1. It seems obvious in a deck full of level 1 monsters. I'm like, 1-for-1 is, I don't think it's good. I feel like you could put it at 3 now and it'd be like, well, especially in Master Duel. Maybe outside of Master Duel it has more use because you aren't guaranteed to see Ash in like 100% of decks. But Ash Blossom, because Max C is in 97% of decks, Ash is in 95% of decks, which means you have like a 50% chance to just discard a card for no reason. It's only good in, like, Yubel. The fact that it discards, and not only that, it has to discard a monster. So it's like, if you're playing Yummy, for instance, you have to be looking at, like, a level 1 monster in your hand, or a hand trap, and be like, is it worth it to give up the Yummy in my hand to summon one from the deck? Most of the time, no, because you would rather just normal summon or special summon the Yummy in your hand. Maybe you have a Fuelos you want to get rid of. Maybe you have like 2 Ashes and you want to get rid of one of them. But most of the time, you're giving up something that you want for something of equal value. Which, you know, would seem like a fair trade, but a lot of people... One thing that a lot of newer players especially don't seem to understand is that, like, when you activate a spell, that spell counts for the card advantage. Despite the name, 1-for-1 is not a 1-for-1. It takes 2 cards. You lose itself, plus whatever you discard. You have 2 less cards in hand after it's done resolving, but you've only gained 1 card from deck. So unless that card is significantly better than the one in your hand, can get you more advantage than it, it's not worth it. It's the same thing with Allure of Darkness. In a lot of decks, like in this deck with Allure of Darkness, right? It's like, what are your starters? I mean, they're not playing Allure, but I could see a newer player especially being like, well, you know, you have a whole lot of dark monsters. You want to draw, don't you? It's like, yeah, but if you open with Allure and one of your starters, what are you going to do? Give up the starter you already have to draw deeper and hope you draw another starter plus something good? Like, no, that card's going to rot in your hand. Allure is only good if you have dark monsters that have an effect when they're banished. So, you know, Malice exactly. Or, what was it? Or it's good in decks where the monsters are less important than the spell traps. Like a Dark Magician deck might consider running Allure, because giving up like a Magician's Souls from your hand, or a Magician's Rod or whatever, is worth it if you can make it to Eternal Soul. Thunder Dragons, yeah. Yeah, one for one was better when like during in like a synchro era where it was hard to special summon otherwise, getting that free special summon and graveyard setup if your deck is like mostly monsters. You so smart. I can't tell if that's like ironic or not because you wrote it like that. Yeah, feel free to let me know if I'm just repeating stuff that's obvious and you already know. You know, that's one of my worry. I don't mean to, like, I know this is the man deck, but I don't mean to mansplain card advantage to you. There's merit to banning Ash Blossom. I haven't watched that video yet. I really should. What are we? Duel number 3, and we lose the coin toss again. Oh, but they're allowing us to go first. I guess, yeah, our counter isn't like a coin toss counter. It's a go first counter. So let's see if we can beat our opponents going first. They've got a, you know, 40 card, 15 extra deck, standard deck. Yeah, I think we start here with Temple of the Kings. We'll set a card. Let me read this again. If you have no monsters in your graveyard, you can activate this from your hand. When they activate a monster effect on the field, you can negate that. Okay, so this doesn't stop like Nibiru. Also, fun fact, this says if you control 2 set cards. So I could set Droll and then search something that has to do with Temple of the Kings. Because it's just set cards, not set spell traps. Yeah, I think we'll set this one. Then we'll activate this. We'll get Circuit. We're going to disrupt their circadian rhythms. You got Droll? If you got Droll, you gotta tell me now. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep searching stuff. Ah, Max C. Well, if that's the case, you know, it's not really worth it to, like, special summon this to get Temple of the Kings, if all that's gonna do is let me summon this. Like, I could give him 3 cards, or I could just say, fuck it, discard Anubis, get the man, and then set this and have, like, 2 of the Apophis traps, plus the Song of the Dominators. Oh, I can get the counter trap. Verdict of Anubis. Hell yeah. In addition, this says, while you control Temple of the King, this card and Apophis can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. Okay, it doesn't protect the back row. Yeah, this thing's crazy. When your opponent activates a spell trap, while you control 3 or more spell traps, negate, destroy, then if you have Temple of the Kings, destroy all monsters your opponent controls, and inflict damage equal to half their attack. It's Negate and Raigeki. Absolutely busted. Oh, I was supposed to do the thing. Okay. Yeah, we summon this. And then we set this Apophis. Alright. The unfortunate thing is this is only summonable during the main phase. So if they try to go into battle, I have to do this beforehand, and then they can just make whatever they want with it. So yeah, we have to do this now. They'll tribute, but this doesn't target. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, this isn't once per, or this is once per turn, isn't it? Yeah. I was a little confused. Negate the effects of a card on field? Yeah. I'm gonna negate Chandra. And I will let you get a spell trap. You know what? Go for it. Have fun. Oh, wait, if they get the field spell... No, I can negate it, and then it won't be active, and then I can blow up everything. Yeah, so now we can say, the verdict of Anubis! Consider yourself judged! Ra has placed your heart on a scale with a feather, and you have earned nothing but destruction and banishment. That's what you get. His heart was too heavy. What can I say? Maybe next time don't play Tempai. Maybe don't eat so much chicken. That'll give you a heavy heart. God fucking damn it. That's fuck. It's unfortunate because I don't know if this was real or if this was someone making a joke. But I remember, I'm pretty sure it was real. It was like Trump was talking, they asked him about his health because he keeps going in to like see doctors and stuff. And he's like, oh yeah, I take a Tylenol, several Tylenol every morning. It's a good blood thinner, you know? You don't want your blood to be too thick. You get that thick blood and it stops everything up. What's the prop this week? The mark. It's like, you gotta watch out. Your blood gets too thick. So that's what I was saying, like, that guy, you know, Anubis put the heart on the scale with the feather. He's like, you should have taken more Tylenol. Blood too thick. That's why your heart's so heavy. It's gunked up with all that thick blood. You need nice thin blood so that it moves really quickly. Didn't they say Tylenol was bad 2 months ago? Yeah. It causes autism, but it's fine, you know. Trump's already old. Your blood gets thick like a sauce. It needs to be more like a soup. I think it was aspirin. Oh, okay. Tylenol makes you a train enthusiast. He's using aspirin. All day strong, Aleve. Yeah, which by the way, you know, we say that as a joke, but I feel like I should clarify, there is no scientific evidence that aspirin causes autism in anyone. That's something they just made up. They do not know what they're talking about. Autistic people, their blood is too thin. Is that a cardboard cutout of Zuck? Yeah. We're on a first name basis. I call him Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Completed. We're doing good so far. We're lossless. All right, one more win and we rank up. Hopefully the power of the mark can flow through me. I can steal all my opponent's information, sell it to the highest bidder, and then use that money to get into the next rank. That's how that works, right? Something like that. Well, we got Droll, and we got Imperm. Yugi boy. They got the Ritual Raven. I don't think I've seen this one before. I didn't know he wiggled quite so sillily. He's just a goofy goober, I tell you what. Alright, we got Toy Box. So, White Forest, maybe? Could be White Forest. Step by step, heart to heart, bit by bit, we all fall down like a toy soldier. Oh, these send as cost. I needed it. It doesn't matter. Even if I impermed it, it wouldn't have been able to do anything. I do think we... No, we let them draw and then we droll them. And then we save the imperm for something that's a little bit more effective. Like, once they get an actual negate or something, maybe on our turn we can use the draw, the imperm. Okay, what can they do from here? I mean, 3 link material is... You could do Cold Fusion with that. Plus 5 more cards in hand. Okay, they get to set a normal trap card. I don't control anything, so they have to... They couldn't add it to their hand anyway. Daruma, Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take it. When this is activated, send a level 5 zombie from the deck to the graveyard. They don't care about Droll. The Golden Lord. Oh, turns out they didn't care about Droll at all, it seems. Ah. Back row deck. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's trap versus trap, but they set a whole. They drew 2 cards. That might make all the difference. This is the one I think I have to hit. Because if they can get to one where they can pop my shit during my turn, then I'm mega ultra screwed. I'm probably screwed anyway if they already have a trap monster. Or if they, even if this is just like an imperm, I'm kind of doomed. Hello, Eldritch. Sent to the graveyard, it comes back! The Delta of Invitation. IP. Yep, I may be doomed here, chat. Oh, just in time! Just in time, buddy! Yeah, if they have any way to stop this or interact with this, I'm just dead. Unfortunately, we drew the one of, and we drew... I mean, I guess one droll is fine, but you really don't want to see both of them. And we only got 2 Nibiru, you don't want to draw into them. Spa. Seems a little premature. Add it to your hand? Yes. You're just banishing the man? Okay. Does that really, like, affect things all that much? Okay, let's get Apophis. And then I have a trap in the graveyard, so I don't even need to set something else. Eldlixir. Then you can return 1 monster from the field to the hand. Okay. I feel like you wanted to wait for me to get the monster that I searched and then do that, right? Or does this turn on like a counter trap? They don't control Eldritch. Oh, okay, they're just blowing up Temple of the Kings. Ah, now I don't control one, so I can't search with Merciless Scorpion. Alright. My only hope now is they play into Nibiru. But it looks like they're going to do all their summoning during my turn. What is this? Ixie summoning? Vorudris, Jamaica. Oh, hi, Mark. Conquistador. Ah, that grass. Some people have all the luck. Oh, it is White Forest. They just own everything. Shit, they might play into Nibiru. Another one. Huh. Set a card? Yes. Wait, what was that? What are they doing, chat? You fool! You absolute Schmeckeldorf! You had game! Now you have nothing. Yeah, I guess you could Daruma. I mean, now I get to keep the Nibiru. You flip all those up. Does it count flip summons? No, it's normal or special summoned. Yeah, and they can't bring back both of their things. Goodbye, Silhouette. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't draw into a thing I needed. Washkally Wabbit. Yeah, it's over. I mean, I thought it was over last time. And yet, here we are. Damn. Our first loss. How come Nibiru doesn't work on flip summons? I mean, even if it did, it would be 4, so, you know. The sound that the sarcophagus makes when we lose is disturbing. Oh hey, it's our good friend Wooly, the friendly bot. Ominous Zuck. That'd be a good name for a band. I'd listen to Ominous Zuck. Wooly from Masochist fame. Exactly. Check it out, chat. I went shopping yesterday and I got a delicious donut. Ooh, ah. So aside from Red Reboot, what's our weakness? Going second and other trap decks. Honestly, I feel like we would have a really awful matchup against Ryziel. Because if they can just pop the traps every time we try to activate them, we can't do anything. Chat get no snack. Chat can get a snack. I'm not the teacher. They're allowed to go leave and get snacks if they want. You want snacks, chat? Go get them. Joe is a snack. I am not. I'm too old to be a snack. I am a 40-year-old man. I don't care how old you are, you're too young. Yeah, I'll get this one. Critter wants some snacks. Here, I happen to have some crunchy cookie M&Ms. We'll go ahead and get a nice blue one, and I'll put it right here for Critter to eat. So now he has a little snack. The cookie ones are good, I know, right? I will summon. Negate a card? Yes. Yeah, Defense of the Temple. Check it out, chat. We will summon Divine Scorpion Beast by using Giant Rex and our own creature. Now the unfortunate thing, they're going to face up monster your opponent controls are in their graveyard, banish it, and this card gains attack equal to half of the banished monster's attack. But if this card is banished, it gets summoned, so I don't want to do that. I think I have game. No, I don't have game. I almost have game. This is an Earth, right? Yeah, so I can... Oh, but it can't attack directly. Circuit attacks twice. While a level 10 is banished. Oh, okay. Thank you for reminding me. I hardly ever summon this thing. big truck outside. Have you ever been playing a deck for ladder climb and have support for it get announced during the month? Because that would be very unlikely. Nope. All right, one more win and we rank up. And we get to go first this time. We've knocked on the door to Platinum 4, B4. Which I didn't intend to rhyme like that, but I did. Unfortunately, we went up against another trap deck and it was like a long, grindy duel where we didn't stand a chance because they got to set up and we did not. But now we get to set up, at least hopefully. I mean, there's a chance that we activate this and they hit us with Ash or Droll and then we're just dead. Because you can't summon Circuit unless you control stuff. Maxi? Sure. I'll take Maxi. We'll get the Mayan. And then we'll normal the man. We're just men. We're just innocent men, chat. Do I just get Verdict of Anubis? No, I have to have Temple of the Kings, right? Yeah. Yeah, so we get Temple of the Kings. Add it to my hand. We activate it. We set a card. We set another copy of this. We activate... I think we just get an Anubis for next turn, because we don't need 2 circuits. And I think we can give them 1 card to get this out. And that'll let us get the Judgment of Anubis. So we give them a card, but we get a counter trap. Oh, it's or 1 spell that mentions it. Okay, so if that's the case, I think we're just chilling. This is a hard once per turn, but we have 2 of these. Unless we want to give them 2 to get to the Dirt Spider, but I don't think that's worth it. Although, if we summon once, we can just droll, right? We get to droll after we search. No, I can't do it like that. Yeah, we'll just let the opponent go on a -1 and hope that's enough. And then hold down always chain. Yeah, it's one of those things that normally the trap-based control decks are the ones that can play around Maxi really easily, but this one has a bit harder time at doing that. Okay, so we got 2 negates, but they're not negates and destroy. They're just negates. That's a good sign. They're just on a bunch of traps than being able to negate everything. Add a Draco Tail from your deck to your hand. Yeah, we just stop that. I still haven't... This is my first time actually playing Draco Tail. So if I'm messing up the plays, it's because I didn't do a Let's Learn on this deck. I don't know how it works. I know they like fusion, and when they go to the graveyard, they get to search spell traps, and the spell traps are pretty good, but I think they have to have dragons in the grave to shuffle back, if I remember correctly. So there's not much they can do. They can try to run over the Mayan, but let's see. What is this again? While you control Temple of the Kings, this card and Apophis cannot be destroyed. Monster Reborn on Max C. Okay. Sure. What are you going to make with these 2? What can you link off that uses these? Any two monsters is moon. Oh, good point. Oh, just SP. But neither of these was summoned from the extra deck, so it's just got the one effect. SP pass. It kicks no ass. But yeah, this was... Well, I control Temple of the Kings. This card and Apophis can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. So as long as the man is here, I'll still take the damage. But they won't be able to attack into us. I don't know why they didn't at least try to make us take the damage. We could have taken the damage. Yeah, we just go to attack. Like, fuck it. Yeah, like, I'm in no rush. What do you think I am? Rush dueling? No, I'll just attack over this. Target one attack position, return to the field, then place a Draco tail from your graveyard or banishment on the bottom of your deck and draw a card. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I can't be destroyed by battle. I appreciate you getting me back the one that, like, negates. I just get another negate. And yeah, I'm playing multiple circuit. Because this is the pure version. You do not want to play multiples of this guy. I'm only playing it specifically because it helps me get to the fusion spell that's kind of like Super Poly, which is really neat if you can get to it. Yeah, we'll get Temple of the Kings. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to Silo Hat. We're going to use this to get Ye Old Dirt Spider. Then I'm going to play Temple of the Kings. I'm going to set this. We're going to activate it. That'll summon. That activates the Silo Hat so we can pop this back row. Triple tack taken care of. Yeah. Send those two. Make this fucker. And yeah, let's just get another man on here. Another one. I could summon that and still have room for 3 more? Sure. Let's get Anubis. So this is like the scenario you get into as a trap control deck, where it's like, because I don't focus on big attack monsters, I can't kill you, but I do also have so much disruption you couldn't possibly hope to get past all of it. Like, we'll just pop this in the standby phase. No Rahu for you. Why'd you even set that? Another one. And yeah, we just like Apophis. We're just gonna drain out the swamp. What can I say? Hello there. Negate the effects of a card? Yes, please. Pop something? No, I think I'm good. Actually, I should have popped the Temple of the Kings to give me more room. I don't need it anymore. End of the main phase, and yeah, now we got 7,300. We just go to battle. Easy peasy, 1, 2, 3-zy. I don't know why they even waited till the next turn. If you're just going to surrender, you surrender earlier. Alright, and with that, we get our 5th win, which means Through the power of men and marks, we rank up into Platinum 4, which, like I said, I'm kind of surprised. In testing, this deck did absolutely terrible. Like the pure version of it. So I guess we'll continue to use it for now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we changed it out here before too long. 211. This is Duel 6 versus Draco Tail. Did I go first on that one? I did. It's nice that we're starting in Platinum for a change, yeah. Yeah, I'm curious, is this a tech that... Ah, man after my own heart. It's like no one's prepared for it. When you hit them with the Storming Mirror Force, it'll be really funny. I got this song just bouncing in my head, but it's too new. I don't know the actual lyrics. So I'm just sitting here like a bird brain, boop boop. Oh yeah, we need to upgrade. All right, first duel in Plat 4. Let's see what our opponent has at the door. That time I tried to rhyme. I think I did a pretty good job. Ah, I see. And this is why you don't play 3 Merciless Scorpion of Circuit. I mean, we're still fine, right? Like... The Paleo Experience. Set 4, pass. Kick in some ass. Duster doesn't exist. I haven't seen Duster. I haven't seen a Duster in a million years. I'm pretty sure that tales of Duster are something that parents just tell their children to scare them so that they'll play proper combo decks. Oh, hello, Mark. Do we just purge that? I think we just purge it. Purge. And sure, we'll just Apophis the Serpent while we're here. So we'll summon this, set another one. It makes that weird sound of like someone rubbing a fork on a plate. I don't understand it. Also, I guess for people who don't know, Dominus Purge, it's just Ash Blossom. It's Ash but in trap form. I have to use this, because otherwise I won't control 3 spell traps. I'll put it in defense. Some may call it a hand trap. And yeah, like the other Dominus card, you can activate this from your hand, but if you do, you're locked out of Dark, Water, and Fire for the rest of the duel. But that's fine, because all our monsters are Earth. Okay. If this is the case, then we just go ahead and make a Divine Serpent of Apopho. Glorious! But they came back. Herald of Orange Light. Well, howdy do. that puts me in a bit of a tricky pickle. Send one card from your hand and then summon it. They send the Haveness. They ain't having this. Add a Gem Knight card. Yeah, we have to stop that. Unfortunately, we may be screwed either way. Yeah, I was like, what's the worst they could do? A Veiler? They could Veiler, but that wouldn't help. And I forgot that Gem Knight version of Tearlament is playing Orange Light. Yep, and now this is turned off, unfortunately. Ruka Los. That being said, if they just ended on Rukalos, there's not a lot they can do from this position. This is if you have no monsters in your graveyard, activate it from your hand. Your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, negate it. Then if you have a trap in the graveyard, add another Dominus card from your deck to your hand. Tracked, they get Lurry. Lurry goes, Lurry summons. We hit him with the Lurry Slurry. They shuffling back. They Graven. Call them Graven the Hunter. Do we Song of the Dominators this? Yeah, because then they can... Or no, if we do... Yeah, you know, I think we lose either way. Let's go ahead and do this. Sing me the song of the Dominator. Yeah, because if we let them get the thing, the, what's her name, the Lacrima, then they can send another card to the graveyard, then they can have Disruption set up on our turn. Like, maybe we should have saved it for when they make, Sequence, but it's like they're getting to Sequence either way. Like, either they're getting to Sequence or they're having, like, 4 pieces of, Link material on the field. As it stands, oh no, they can't absolutely kill us if they play Agman Day. Unless this can stop it. An effect that adds cards from the deck to the hand. Okay, so it's not Ash Blossom. It doesn't work if they like try to send something to the graveyard or whatever. Pilgrim Reaper. Well, I appreciate them giving me some Anubis. I would not have wanted to draw Nibiru for turn. Unfortunately, with all that, they probably have it anyway. Yeah, we'll just get out of here. Yeah, creepy vibes. Another 5 years of gamble, high roll, mill pile. Izzy Glizzy, Izzy Glizzy, Izzy Glizzy. Izzy chat? Well, oops, all hand traps. Oh, what does this do? If you control Cybers, you can special summon this from your hand. If this card is normal or special summon, add a Dark Cybers. Yeah, we'll stop this. Oh, that turned off Song of the Dominators. I should not have done that. Alright, that was all they had. Come on, man. Show me a man. That's not a man. That's a serpent. Alright. We set. They'll never expect the imperm over here. Your move. It's a serpent man. I suppose, if you want to be technical. Oh, okay. Sure, why not? Was that Malice, I assume? Oh, how the mighty have fallen. I feel bad for my opponent. A high-stakes battle for them, but I am going first. And unless I brick again, which, to be fair, I have been doing a lot. This isn't quite a brick. At least I'll have Temple of the Kings. That's the thing, is if you get this and you don't have a way to get Treasure of the Kings or whatever, then you're in a bad way. Okay, we set. And then we set. Activate this effect. Ash me. Go ahead. See if I care. I mean, I care a little. I would prefer, but that's one hand down. Fortunately, we've got a merciless Scorpion, you know. Nibiru banished. Scorpion summoned. Where is Sub-Zero? And I'll get Temple of the Kings. Welcome to the temple. We've got fun and games. We've got everything you want and maybe people named James. We'll summon this. Set a card? Yes. Another one? Sure, another one. Let's see. This is 1, 2, 3. This would be the 4th summon. Yeah, they can get by with 4 summons. Hello. And then we'll... yeah, that. And that. In the pendulum scales. And then we'll shuffle them around. Just to keep them on their toes. Alright. And if you're wondering why I summoned this in the extra monster zone, it's just so we'd have room for all these trap monsters. Then we'll keep a little dirt under a pillow for the dirt spider. Summon that out. Your move. Ah, I see. A Fenrir? A Fenrir. Sure. Yeah. We'll just do this. And 2400 can't get over anything, so there's no reason to pop stuff. Ash Blossom. Ah. That makes a Barone. I don't want you to have Barone. We'll set a card. And then the Dirt Spider will pop your Fenrir. Well, yeah, you know what? We'll go ahead and pop everything. Also, thank you, King Chaos 314 for the 5 gifted subs. And if you didn't get one in chat, you gotta type evaded. If you're watching this, you know, on YouTube, you didn't get a gifted sub. Maybe if you came down to Twitch and watched this live, you would. Which, by the way, there's a Twitch link down in the description. If you didn't know, I record all these lives. The chat is not just like a figment added in later. They're actually here. Win number 7. Do we... Yeah. Include that one too. 26. Let's duel 9 versus Cash Tira. Pardon me. The Reaper of the cards. This doesn't seem like Cash Tira at all, chat. It's fine. We're just going to call it Cash Tira. Also, there was a loud funk outside. I can't see what it is, though. World's worst tier limit build. Oh, brother. Piles just hang out and plat. Kid, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh shit, we've reached the hype train. Woo woo. All aboard the station. The Give Hardleg Money Challenge has been kicked into overdrive. Are you a bad enough dude to continue the train? Only time will tell. Giving Hardleg money is a time-honored tradition enjoyed by children around the world and adults of all ages. Let's go ahead, Treasure of the Kings. Set a card? Yes. We'll set this one. I'll set this one. We'll see if we can get a searchy do. Ash, okay. Giving Joe money sounds very similar to Christmas. I guess it depends on whose Christmas. If you give me money during Christmas or another person named Joe, then yeah. The only person who did the Give Joe Money Christmas challenge in my life are my parents. Okay, they got the imperm. I think it's worth it in this case. What we can do is be manly. I will reveal the giant hand. I will search the man with the mark. And then we'll put this back on top of the deck. Droll? Well, okay, so I'm not getting to the counter trap then. I could send something into the graveyard. So all we have now is... Well, we have 2 negates and they're on 3 cards. Do we normal summon this anyway so we can't be destroyed? Happy Tater, thank you for the gifted sub. You know what? It's not even about the destruction. Yeah, I don't want to send it to the graveyard. No, we'll normal summon this. Oh, I'm locked. I was like, I'll make the link. I can't make the link. This locks you into Ixie monsters. Okay, so we just summoned that for protection. So they've got 3 cards, and we've got 2 negates. The question is, are all 3 of those starters that they can activate? Set a card? Yes. And even if they are, can they out this board through it? Now, if one of those is evenly matched, then the answer is yes, because this can only be activated during the main phase. Ah, I see. The Helilopter. Yep, it can tribute itself as a quick effect, so there's no negating that. We do want to stop them from getting to the field spell, though, so we'll do this. Summon. Negate? Yes. Ah! Vala. That's a problem. Yeah, the thing is, I also can't negate, the one guy, if they make it. I can just stop it from having more material. So I think that's what we need to do, is just make sure they can only steal 2 things instead of 3 things. This is a deck I know quite well. One of my favorite decks to play in Genesis format. I think a big Zeus might kill us. Possibly. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, if they Zeus the entire board, we're in trouble. But then they're just trapped on Zeus. And all we gotta do is draw a man or a temple or a Anubis, and we're good. Didn't this get to Master 1, Generators? Yeah. Granted, that was like a year and a half ago at this point. Bigman. Big guy. Big buy. Leviton, big guy. Generator, okay. It doesn't roll off the tongue quite as well. Yeah, so they can attack. Then they can tribute themselves. Special summon a Generator Ixie and attach cards equal to the number of cards this had. It's field or graveyard, so they can get any 2 of my cards and equip them. They can also activate the snake effect. The world serpent will devour my dudes. Who you taking? Yeah, it doesn't convert into a it doesn't convert into a 4 material Zeus. They only get 3 at most. Yeah, so they can make Zeus, they can wipe the entire board, but then they don't have any materials left. I really need to draw an Anubis specifically. Like, Anubis would solve all my problems. I've got 3 of it in the deck. That ain't it. We just gotta hope they don't draw one of their 1-card starters. Granted, they already used Lopter. So they only have 2 more left in deck. The chances that they get the other 2 are pretty low. There's also 3 copies of the field spell, though. Oh, yeah, and her. I forget, once she's in the graveyard, then it's just everything is 2 cards. Yeah, and this Dominus Purge, as cool as it is, doesn't actually stop anything. Ripperoni! We went first and we set up Well, we tried to set up. To be fair, we did get hit by like 3 hand traps. Well, what can I say? We had 3 disruptions and they had ways to play around all of them. That was duel 10 versus generator. Because Purge would pop something. I could choose to not have it pop. Plus, if it was something like, let's say they were playing Planet Pathfinder, and they used that to try to get to the field spell, we could Dominus Purge, and because it's already in the graveyard, it would stop the search, but also they wouldn't destroy. Bunny Noel, thank you for the tier 1. It's automatic. I thought it was, and if there's a trap in the graveyard, you can destroy. Oh no, it's mandatory. Okay, chat. I think it's time. Is this just the same deck, essentially? Yeah, you know what? The Man with the Sea. Oh wait, that was supposed to be the anti-yummy one, right? We haven't really been running into yummy. You should play an M7. I don't have the points for it. Has Yummy arrived? No. By Thursday, it will be here. Could always invest into Ra. I mean, yeah, I could do stupid things. But why would I do that? Is Yummy going to be a tier 0 menace? Hard to say. Because here's the thing, chat. Obedient Schooled is banned. It's already banned. So Yummy can't use that. Also, Herald of Arclight going to 1, which means it's a lot trickier to bridge into like Mitsurugi. It's like, okay, so they're getting pre-hit. They're hitting the stuff that's not related to it. And then they announced yesterday that also Snatchy and Marshmallow are going to 2. To Marshmallow. Plus 1 Hornet drones? Yeah. That's also, that was on this one. Yeah, I forgot Hornet drones was something a lot of people were using too, because you can make the yummies with any link 1. So like you played 3 Hornet drones and 3 engage, and then you like engage for the Hornet drones, you make the link, or you make the token. Token makes the link 1, you get the engage or the drones back, and then you can either make like a link 2, or now that you have a link 1, you can start summoning your yummy cards. And then later you have a token to like get whatever. Mixed yummy decks will be strong. Yeah. They'll be strong, but they've taken hits preemptively. Unlike Draco Tail. Draco Tail's just full power, right? It's just got everything. There we go. Okay. Oh, right. Oh, wait. Let me check. Okay. All right, everyone. The deck's not doing too terribly, but even from the few losses we got, I can very clearly see the problems that we're having with, okay. All right, everyone. Even though we're not doing too terribly, the few losses I have seen have shown the big flaws with this deck. You know, it bricks pretty easily. It has the 1-card engine, but if you can't get to it or it gets disrupted, then we've got no backup. We've got no other plans to go on. And unfortunately, just being able to rest on, like, Dominus Purge and Songs of the Dominators is not nearly strong enough. We need something else. We need a second engine. And even though I didn't have the points for this, someone graciously donated a whole lot of money. Actually, I should look that up real quick. Who was that? They deserve credit. Should still be here. JSB Shingo. Time for sports, yeah. Okay, try this again. All right, everyone. So the deck... Okay. All right, Lego. So the deck has not been doing terribly. In fact, we've only lost 3 duels. But those 3 duels, along with problems on even the duels we won, have really highlighted the difficulties of playing a pure man deck. You know, it has that easy-to-get-to engine that is very repeatable once you get to it, but if you can't get to it or it gets disrupted, you're just screwed. You have to rely on hand traps. And as good as stuff like Dominus Purge and Songs of the Dominators are, they're not quite good enough to really justify only playing that. So instead, we're doing something a little special. We're playing Argo Stars, which is one of my personal favorite decks, something I like playing in Genesis from time to time, and something I previously made a whole ladder climb about. So I'm not going to explain the engine. If you're curious how they work, you can go watch that episode. Strangely, that was on the Jankmas account. You know, we started in bronze with that because everyone thought that, okay. Go check that out. That was actually a Jankmas episode. I didn't have all the Argo stars on this account, and it was only thanks to a generous donation by JSB Shingo that I was able to afford to wail out on cards and add the Argo stars there. So if you like this version of the deck, you know, give thanks to them down in the comments. But yeah, it's pretty much the same as we were playing before. The only difference is we've cut Mark down to 1, because you actually don't want to use your normal summon on him. You would rather summon Adra. We've got 3 of her. We've got 3 of the spell that searches her. And then, of course, if we get into Treasure of the Kings or Anubis, we can still go through all of the Man with the Mark stuff, in addition to the Argo Star stuff. Which, even if you didn't watch that episode, it's based on continuous traps. You know, they're continuous traps. The man has continuous traps. Man, stars, Starman. There we go. We have the deck. So let's take this into Platinum and see if this can help us get out of this, okay. And there what you got. Starman. JoJo Earthbound music, different Starman. So let's go ahead and take this new version of the deck, run it out onto the ladder, and see if it can get us through Platinum a little easier with a little less bricking. Okay, try that one more time. So let's take this version of the deck, throw it onto ladder, and see if this can get us through Platinum a little easier with a little less bricking. First try. I'm surprised you're here, Mr. Nova. I feel like you're already going to have to watch this again. Now you're watching it twice as much. Or are you, like, taking notes? Deck version 2. Cool shirt, thanks. I thought it was cool. I was going to wear, like, a hoodie to be like the man with the mark. But despite the fact that it's, like, January 6th, it's like 50 degrees outside. Normal summon man, search circuit, make rabbit, set lightning, use lightning to search Slayer to normal Adra. I suppose so, but at that point, if we have so much stuff already. You know what comes after January 6th, January 7th? 6-7? Is that what we're doing here? Okay, real quick chat. I gotta get another drink. I have to use the bathroom real quick. And as I've been said, this song's been stuck in my head for the entire stream, so we're gonna listen to it while I get a drink or whatever. If you need to use the bathroom, here's your chance. Go take a bathroom break. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot. I talked about this on another stream, but I think it was really late in the stream. I was like, I was trying to make up for the fact that I hadn't made as much money this year as last year. My finances were a bit tighter. And so I started doing extra long streams. The problem is, I didn't actually, like, monetize those streams in any way. So, like, I should probably play some ads. So, you know, while I'm going to get a drink, I'll play a minute of ads or whatever. And then if you don't want to see the ads, if you would rather watch the funny music video, then you could subscribe or whatever. Get Twitch Turbo. Fuck. I forgot a second about the Zuckerberg. The Zuckerbird? The song slaps. I know, right? It's like a little overproduced. It's got... Is there a chance Joe will get hit by copyright for using the likeness of Zuckerberg? No. No, copyright doesn't work that way. Zuckerberg could potentially send like a cease and desist for using his image in a way that like defames him, but that would only be if like you could reasonably look at the stream and assume that Mark Zuckerberg like signed off on this. He would also have to prove actual damages that like me using his face here has tarnished the reputation of Meta or Facebook and caused the company to lose money. At least as far as I understand. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer. But yeah, with that song, it's, there's another reason I wanted to show it. His rep can't get much lower than it already is. Oh, I got raided halfway through this. TK Nick Fury, thank you for raiding with a party of 12. Wait, was that before the song? No, it was right after I went to get the song. But yeah, welcome everyone. I was taking a little drink break, standing up, walking around, stretching my toes, and I just wanted to play that song. Because I just heard it for the first time, like, yesterday, and it's been stuck in my head. Deleted my Facebook account because Mark was on Hardleg stream. Yeah, and if you're a new raider or you're just joining the stream and you're like, why is Mark Zuckerberg here? Well, this month I'm trying to climb the ladder with the man with the mark. And I'm the man, and this is the Mark Zuckerberg. So I'm the man with the mark. Do you get it? Do you get it? But yeah, I was gonna say there is also something I wanted to talk about with this, and it's interesting because I feel like, if you don't know, I played music live for several years, nothing big, but just like playing in like local bands, playing mostly with my dad and his band, doing like covers and stuff. So, like, I guess I would say a professional musician. I know quite a bit about, like, music theory and how music works together. I usually have I'm pretty good at describing what I like about music or what I don't like. I feel like I have a pretty good musical vocabulary. But there's an element of that song, and it's hard to describe, but something about the way the lyrics are written or the way the lyrics are phrased, it has the same like intonation that you would get if you translated a Japanese song to English. Like, if you've ever heard someone who's translated a Japanese song, there's like a certain vibe to it. Like, you can tell, but I'm not sure what exactly it is. Because in theory, you should be able to, like, change the words, you translate them in such a way that it feels natural to the reader. And it's not like there's a specific word or phrase that gets used a lot that appears in all these songs. But I can always kind of tell. It has some sort of thing to it. Was that a Miku song? No, it was a Taito song. And yeah, I don't think that was based off a Japanese song. But it really struck me as someone who, like, maybe listened to a lot of Japanese, like, translations of Japanese songs to the point that they were inspired, like, that their musical style is kind of based off of that. What are we referring to? There's a song called Bird Brain. You should listen to more of their songs. It was by, who's the actual artist? Jamie P. They're on YouTube. Do they... Is it all music? Yeah, I guess I'll check more of it out. Looks like it's all Miku and... Yeah, they use whatchamacallit. Out of My Wheelhouse. Technically a Vocaloid song. Are we moving to Starman now? Yeah. Starman! But yeah, I just wanted to, like, if there's anyone in the audience who knows about music, or specifically knows at least more about that genre, because I never got too big into J-pop or J-rock or this whole scene. I don't speak any other languages, so, like, translation in general is something that's always kind of fascinated me. But I'm curious why the lyrics to translated Japanese songs always seem to, like, flow in a way that is different from, like, a natural English speaker. The man with the bat. And I struggle to think of, like, the actual words to describe why it feels weird, or what exactly about the flow feels weird. But it is something... It's poetry with a vibe to it, like a haiku. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Let's jump in. Wait, have I really gone first 6 times? Oh, I guess make that 7. I was like, we haven't won the coin toss that many times, but this is the second person to make us go first. Alright, the question is... What are we more curious about? Okay, that doesn't do anything to us. Or what do we want more? I think we want the man stuff more, so let's start with the Argo Stars and see if we can resolve that. Get Glorious Adra. When she's normal summoned, she points. And then mandatory effect. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to my continuous trap cards or their effects. Oh, they readin'. Oh, they've never seen this before. And then you can banish this. Set 2 Argo Stars traps. Or not set them, place them face up. So we're going to do this. We can summon this one by discarding a card. And when we do, it searches. We're going to get the field spell. We'll not activate the field spell yet, because now we will send Anubis, the last judge. Surprise. 2 archetypes smashed together. The man! Oh, yeah. I already normal summoned. Normal summon 1 warrior. This is a spellcaster. Time to special summon man from the hand using his... Yeah, we should have started with the other one. And activate this. We can grab back the giant slaying out of the graveyard. We could make the extra deck monster. What does this do? It gets an Argo Star spell. That doesn't really help us, though. Yeah, so unfortunately, we're just playing Argo Stars, and not in a great way, unfortunately. Yeah, I messed up a little bit. But that's fine. So if you don't know the Argo Stars, they're continuous traps, and then they can put themselves back into the back row, so that they can be summoned again next turn. There you go. And then we'll set 3. Wait, no we won't. Because we need to have 1 to discard in order to summon this. And we don't want to discard the man. Yeah, we're fine. We'll end on this. This gives us a bit of disruption. Not a lot, but they've only got a 5-card hand. So what we're going to do right off the bat is we're going to try Adro. We're going to discard this again. Summon it in defense position. And we will add another Adra. That'll be a surprise tool that'll help us later. This field spell burns for 500 every time a continuous monster... What's the actual text of it? Every time a spell trap is summoned. Oh hey, it's Ecclesia. Tribute this, special summon a Sword Soul. Alright. Not much I can do there. Yeah, what I'm going to do, we're going to summon this while we can. Because this can only be summoned while you control a continuous trap. And then we're going to move this into the back row. So what this does is, now that we have 1 on the field, they'll take 500. And the field spell also says, after a card is returned to the back row, or I think it's when a spell trap monster uses its effect, you can negate. So on the next chain, we can just be like, yeah, I don't want you to do that, Albaz. If a monster is special summoned, you can summon this from your hand. That's unusual. Go ahead. So Albaz is negated. Target one face-up, special summon one monster from the hand or deck whose attack equals its own defense but has the same attribute. Okay. So I'm going to Eto, and we'll just move this off the field. What if it didn't have the same attribute? Because it didn't exist. Yeah. Just all the tagging back and forth. It can get a little complicated with the chains, but I mean, that's why I like the chains. And this one, the green one, you can only activate when your opponent activates an effect, but it's a non-targeting compulse. So we put that back into our hand, we put this back into the back row, and then Adra's like an honest. So we probably weren't dying that round no matter what they did, and then next turn we could man. I should crowdsource some help while I'm here. Does anyone know the song or sound clip that goes along with the line? He's the man, and the singer has a similar voice that goes, America, fuck yeah. Oh, that song, I think it's also from the Team America soundtrack, but that song is called Now You're a Man. Now you're a man! A man, man, man! Did you know the DDD stuff? Yeah. And more importantly, the megalith stuff. Yeah, new selection pack is here. We got DDD-D, Dimensional King Arc Crisis. We got Megalith Nortra Plura. We got Yummy Snatchy. We got Sulfa Chord Happiness. And Gorgon of Zillathonia. You know, Gorgon of Zillathonia. You like Gorgon of Zillathonia, right? Why is she a reptile? She don't look like no reptile I've ever seen. Also, what the hell is this device? I don't know what I'm looking. It's like a flower? She's a Gorgon. You cannot summon or set monsters to a zone this points to. Monsters this point to cannot attack. Their effects are negated. Gains attack equal to the original attack of the monsters it points to. Can't be destroyed by battle or monster effects while this points to a monster. It's the Doot Rifle. Yeah, they wanted to make sure you couldn't extra link with it, so you can't summon to the zones it points to. But if you make it in the extra link, then you basically just... It's skill drain. It's skill drain, but only for 3/5 of the field. They said, you can't have skill drain, but what if we made a 3/5 compromise? You can IP into it, which is neat. I see. But I don't know if I'm supposed to stop. Well, we're going first, and chat, everyone lower your hats. A sad state of affairs for our opponent. You know, we may be battling against each other, but I've known the pain of loss. I've been there. I'm not immune. You know, they lost their nachos. Brings a tear to your eye. Oh wait, they used Maxi, never mind. Fuck them. Fuck them and their mother. Get everyone out of here. I don't give two shits about 5 fucks. Give me the man. With the marca? We've already got Treasure of the Kings. Yeah, I'll Treasure the Kings. Who says I won't? Set a card? Sure. Let's go Apophis. Let me think about this. Yeah, we'll set Dominators. We'll activate this. They'll surrender. It says you cannot summon to the zones. Yep, we could summon Adra too. Exactly. I mean, I wouldn't do the whole combo. I was just going to summon Adra instead of the man, but we could have gotten both. Was that a win? Yeah. All right, one more win and we rank up. So far, the Argo Stars version of the deck is undefeated. Unfortunately, none of the duels we've had so far have been worth showing. People saw we had like a million chain links and they were like, fuck this, I don't want to deal with trap-based decks. Get me out of here. Also, I realized we're probably too big. There we go. We're making Zuck look tiny. He's a big man. He don't have to stand on things to make himself look big. He's very tall. Backup Ignister. Yeah, we'll imperm that. I like how they set a card as if this were a Malice card and they could fool me. Don't imperm me, I might activate a Malice thing. Yeah, we'll purge that. I don't know why is it the sound of like a fork on a plate? All right, now I just have to open one of my like 12 starters. Come on, starter. All right. We're fine. We're fine. This is fine. I'm fine. You're fine. Why did the music suddenly pick up tempo? Nothing happened. Did they just assume by turn 2, like 20 minutes have probably passed? Add a Malice from your deck to your hand. Yeah, we'll just stop that. Nah. Does Purge stop light effects? Nope. Water, Dark, Fire. Well. Heavy Storm. And now we're dead. We're a dead man. Why didn't he do that? Well, they had a trap they wanted to activate, you see. Surely this isn't full combo, right? Oh, enjoy Splash Mage while you can. Wait, is Splash Mage the one that's getting banned? Well, GG, I guess. I don't know. What are they gonna... They're gonna banish one? What are they gonna do? Add themselves back? That don't do much of anything. Oh yeah, they get to set a trap. Ripperoni. Yeah, I swear, it feels like we never opened, like, a bunch of starters and one Dominus card. We either open exclusively starters or all the Dominus cards. Alright, going first. This is our 8th going first. Out of 12 duels. I guess we're on the 13th duel. We're up against Dat Guy Carter, which I feel like we've played against them before. That seems like a familiar name. They've got the turtle, who does not spin. I'm still angry about it. Go Adra. Point. Let's go. Adios. We're going to go ahead and get... Yeah, you. And you. We're going to activate this. Going to send off one of these. We opened exclusively the Argo Stars half of the deck. I don't think there's an easy way to go between them. We activate this. We pay 1,000 to get back this. We special summon this, which lets us gain 500 life points. And then this is... While a continuous trap is in the monster zone, you can normal summon one warrior. Okay. So we're going to activate this. We're going to normal summon an Adra. Get an Adra, summon an Adra. Hello there. Use that effect again. Sure, not once per turn. Why not? I would need to make this with 2 cards, right? Yeah, this... I don't know why they made it detached too. Because now it's like, well, what can I could make this with 2. Or with, like, an Adra in this. And then... During the standby phase, I could put them back. But I don't need to put them back. So, like, or I could just make a... I could make a Silhouette Rabbit. They made it ass for some unexplained reason. Yeah. I think we just do it like this. We make the hat. We get ourselves the copy of the Dirt Spider. We could go into this, but that doesn't really get us into the man half of the deck. This is probably just better. And we'll put this back. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, we have Maxi and Ash. That by itself just kind of like does everything for us. Yeah, you really... Ideally, you want to open, like, 1 Argo Stars card, 1 man card. Unless they have Ash and Called By. True, they could have those things. So we'll send off the Maxi in the standby phase. If they pass, that's fine by us. Yubel! Ah, the ultimate nightmare. I cannot move my Link into defense position. Okay. Makonko. I might be in danger, chat. This card is sent to the graveyard. You can target one face-up monster on the field. Equip it to this card. This card to it. I was like, wait. If it goes to the graveyard, if an equipped card becomes equipped to this card. Okay. We may be in danger. Yeah, we might be. You know, I guess it makes sense. Okay, so now we summon the Dirt Spider. So the Dirt Spider comes out. 500. They get that. They get to try to summon. Yeah. We're going to use this. We're going to try to pop the back row. I assume they'll use Yubel. Okay, we can't Ash that. We will Lightning. We'll discard this because it does literally nothing. All their monsters have 0 attack anyway. Summon this in defense position. Add the designated cards. Yeah, we'll get Eto Blah. So the rabbit doesn't work. They're locked into Makonko for the rest of the turn. They get Hilu. While you control an equip card, cannot target any Makonkos with card effects. Well, that just does everything, right? Like, we just can't do... If I'm reading this... Well, you control an equip card that cannot target Makonkos, and these are all Makonkos. So if I activate this, I'll only be able to destroy myself. Yep, nothing I can do here. Pray they make the rank 3. Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of. Okay, they are going into the rank 3. That's good. Cool animation and everything. I've got Chain on. Yeah, we're going to Ash that. And then... Can this detach? No. No, it can't. So we just negate it right there. Like, they can make me take 5,000. It detaches after it attacks. Oh, they could just be trying to make Zeus. Wait, no, they're locked into Makonkos. Okay, so... I mean, it's not game, but I can do this after they've declared the attack, and now they're negated, which I should have done beforehand, but I wanted to save it for the U-Bell part of their deck. How do you like it? I changed the amount of monsters on my field, so that should have let them do a replay, but I think they didn't consider. Oh, she could attack 3 times. Gotcha. I forgot that wasn't once per turn. They could just keep attacking. Target a monster, equip it. But equipping it doesn't seem to do anything, as far as I could tell. At least not on this. Of course, now they can summon back the green girl, and they control an equip card, which means nothing can be targeted. Which means I do need the man half of this deck to non-targeting negate everything. Rivalry, fuck, what does that do? Target a monster, equip it, and if equip a spell, you could banish this. Okay. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. I might still be doomed, chat. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do this. Eternal Favorite. Special summoned. Can they just bring back Phantom of U-Bell and use it again? Or can this only be summoned by fusion? They're taking my rabbit! The counter trap does help you a lot. Assuming they don't, like, steal everything. I know they got a card that, like, equip to an opponent's monster, take control of it. Summon Yubel. Hello? Would you like to discard? Yeah. Oh, no, search. I already discarded. 500. Yeah. What does this affect? If a card in the spell trap zone is summoned, you could target one spell trap. Yeah, I have to get rid of this. I have to get rid of my own Silo Hat, otherwise they will blow up all my shit. Target one face-up card. Okay. I can negate something. You, Bell, get negated. Do I have a redoer in this deck? I do! So I could just do that. Except I don't have an Adra left. Oh wait, I can use this, right? It's target 2 cards on the field, including an Argo Stars, and return them. Okay. Yeah, I think it's better to just use the man. Okay. Activate this. Set a card? Yes. Get this. Fuck. We only have 30 seconds left. Don't we have Zeus? I don't think so. Yeah. Get this guy. No, why did I do that? Why did I do that? I'm dumb. I'm a dumb man. Oh wait, no, this can get me Temple of the Kings. Okay, so this gets Temple of the Kings. Add it to my hand. Then we're going to make Redoer. Wasn't Circuit better? I wanted to get to Redoer. We can detach just the trap. We can shuffle back this. Now everything can be targeted, which means if we activate Temple of the Kings, we can activate this, summon, set this, use this, pop the equip card, activate this, negate you and you, pop this. They thinking. We just need to go to attack and just attack into everything and hope that with everything negated they can't do anything. Punch punch game? Yeah, I think so. Battle phase. Punch into this. I don't have to attack this because I don't have Nightmare Pain or whatever. Yes. They trying to make me run out of time. Go, go, go! Hey, okay, with 8 seconds left on the clock, we managed to get in there with the Apophis cards. That was a tricky one. That was a tricky one indeed. $334 duel 15 versus Mikanko Ubel. Pardon me. The clock always stressing me out. The clock ticks life away, it's so unreal. Didn't look out below, watched the time go right out the window. Tried to hold on, but didn't even know I wasted it all just to watch you go. Kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me will eventually be a memory of a time I tried so hard and got so far. And then I won. Anyway, the clock was against us, but I locked in. Yeah, this is a weird one. It's one of those things, right, where I'm like, okay, I get the synergy because both Ubel and Mikanko do the same thing, But because they do the same thing, you don't really need to play both, right? Like, they're just redundant. Like, it makes sense if you have an archetype that's, like, too small to be played on its own. Where, like, you know, I'm thinking of, like, old Fire Kings, where there were only, like, 2 good monsters. It was, like, Garunix and Barong. And so you could put that in with other cards that wanted to be destroyed, like Cosmo, and make a deck. But Makanko and Yubel are both perfectly fine with being played pure. They both have tons and tons of support. And you can tell, because their deck is 56 cards. They had to turn their deck into a big bloated mess to play both, and I don't know why you would want to play both, because one does it by itself. Does Makanko have any good level 1s? I don't know. I thought they were all 3s. Yeah, 3, 3, 3, 6, 6, 9. 3, 6, 9. Mafia? Only 2 gates. Only 2 Nightmare Pain. I thought Nightmare Pain was at 2. 1 Maxi is this transferred OCG list? Maybe. Bigger number equal better gameplay. Yeah, like if they had just played like this and then like Kaijus or whatever, I'd probably be dead. Yeah, that's also, it's like, also 1 branded fusion, 2 Albaz. Just cause, you know, just because. I'm a hungry man, chat. Let me see if I have anything to eat real quick. I think it's going to be a struggle meal today, chat. Yep, I have stuff I can eat, chat. The problem is all of it takes time to cook. You know, I've got a bunch of cans of like corned beef and hash. But that would take me like a solid half hour. The only thing I got that I can eat like on stream real quick would be Cheez-Its with peanut butter on them. Ad break. We are not doing a 20-minute long ad break. Chat's been looking at the deck too long. Yeah, so I was gonna be like, yeah, I'll either do that unless someone wants to be nice and like donate so I can get something delivered. But honestly, with the price of delivery, I don't think it's even worth it. Yeah, we're going first. Okay, 1 more duel and we rank up into Plat 3. It's been slow going. We haven't lost a whole lot of duels, but the duels take a little while. Ah, I see. Interesting. This is like a Garnet that doesn't help us get the deck going. Okay, Max C. It's funny, you would think once it got hit to 2, you would see it less, but I feel like I've seen it like 50% of all duels. Yeah, let's start with Anubis. We'll get the man. Let's normal summon our man. Hello there, it's me. Let's get the Judgment of Anubis. Or, I'm sorry, the Verdict of Anubis. Yeah, we add that to our hand. Treasure of the Kings. Set a card. I mean, don't mind if I do. And then we'll set one of these. We'll set one of these. And you better believe we're setting one of these. And then we'll go ahead and add the circuit to our hand. We ain't going to be using it, but we have it. And we'll just, I feel pretty good just passing on this. You know, this is like 4 disruptions. And we'll go ahead and summon this in the draw phase, so it's here. Set a card, yes. Keep Purge in hand just in case of Heavy and Harpies. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I think we do this. We stop the search on that. Yeah, I don't want to have to play around the, like, you know, there's been so many times in testing where, like, I did this, and then on turn 2, I was like, oh, summon SP Little Knight. Oh, wait, its effects are negated. Summon Redoer. Oh, its effects are negated. Dark Water or Fire. To be fair, I think that's the only things that it stops me from doing. Okay, we got the Maiden in White. Okay. Okay, normal summon, go into Spirit. They've got Spirit. Yes, they do. They got Spirit. Fuck you. That stops the Mausoleum, so they don't get the other normal. They also don't get to special summon the Blue Eyes. Oh, I forgot well, I've learned a new thing, chat. Mistakes were made. I forgot that it still counted as a spell trap, so we've negated our own Apophis. It goes back into the spell trap zone. Never summon into the Imperm. The thing is, like, it doesn't affect monsters in the Imperm column, right? Then if this was set, spell traps in that column are, yeah. So now this isn't a negate. We've owned ourselves! Fortunately, if all they're gonna do is end on, like, Sphere's Pass, we're pretty set. Unfortunately, this only stops spell traps. So they are going to be able to make a level 9, but because they summoned off of Lordly Load, they can't activate monster effects this turn. So they could make a 9, but it's not going to do a whole lot. It still negates. Does it? Up to the number of other continuous traps you control. Oh, I guess I do still control this. Even if it's not a monster. End of the main phase? Yeah, go ahead. Battle phase. What are you going in a battle phase for? Okay. You know what? Go ahead. You want to use Wishes for Eyes of Blue? Be my guest. You will be judged by Anubis! The verdict? Guilty! Destroy a card? You mean all the cards? Yes. No more spheres for you. I guess you could say your sphere of influence is no longer effective. Oh, hey, Adra, how's it going? Okay, check it out. The man's girlfriend is here. No, it's not problematic. She's like 39. She just looks kind of young. Oh, is this just stuck here forever? Can I just never get this out again? That's unfortunate. Okay, we banishing. We getting, you? And we get an... Yeah, Eto Bleh. And I think then we just have, like, game, right? Because we can special summon this by getting rid of our Nibiru. Let's go ahead. We'll get Treasure of the Kings. And then we'll just send off Treasure of the Kings. It's just a free discard. Add a card from deck to hand. I mean, don't mind if I do. And then we will Anubis, the last judge. We can recycle our trap and our trap. And just summon him to the field as like a big guy. He's a big guy. He's a really big guy. And if they activate the trap, we can activate Edo and bounce the trap back to their hand. Which essentially negates it, and we can negate it with the other thing, and we just have so much stuff, so I'm pretty sure we're good. Good job. We can beat Blue Eyes. And that gets us into Plat 3. I forgot that was the rank up. It didn't seem like it, because previously when we weren't ranking up, we were facing, like, Malice and other difficult decks and Draco Tail, but this time it was easy. Yay us. Blue Eyes. We are in Plat 3. Real quick, let me check this real quick. Oh, it doesn't tell us if we went first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so I have one extra duel. One. How many losses we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. But actually that means the last duel was the 15th duel. And the one before that was the 14th. Adra just stays in shape. Hey, I stay in shape. I mean, just look at me, chat. Round is a shape. What do you want? You want me to be a square? Triangle? Shocking that Maiden is still at 2. Joe is always in perfect shape. You're too kind, Lenspan. I could stand to lose some weight. Rhombus. My man is a rhombus fighter, louder than a mountain. All right, we have lost the coin toss. We are going second. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, we're versus the moon. Will we be able to troll the math mech player? Only time will tell. Ooh, I could Song of the Dominators. No. Let them get the, ooh, super factorial, how retro. Ooh. Oh, I really need to. I was like, I'll do this and then I'll have the Dominator. And I forgot I can't do it well. I really need the Dominators first. I'm getting this all mixed up. All mixed up. Don't know what to do. Play the wrong cards and I get into you. And we gotta do the thing about the first is the last. So just get off of my ass. Loving is what I got. I said remember that. Loving is what I got. Another one. Early in the morning, rising to the street. Light me up that cigarette and I strap shoes on my feet. Got to find the reason things went wrong. Got to find the reason why my money's all gone. I got a Dalmatian, I can still get high. And I can play the guitar like a motherfucking riot. Pom 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 pow dum pa dum. Doop a doop a doo ah. Ba doop a doop boop 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 doop boop boo. Cause life is too short, so love the one you got. Cause you might get run over or you might get shot. Never stop my static, I just get it off my chest. Never had to battle with a bulletproof vest. Take a small example, a tip from me. Cake up all your money, give it all to charity. Life is what I got, it's within my reach. And the sub-block style goes straight along the beach. Comes back to you, gonna get what you deserve. Try and test that, you're about to get served. Love's what I got, don't start a riot. You feel it when the dance gets hot. Is that a song people know these days? Or is that like an oldie? Oh? Allied code. You know what? I'm glad the transcode has an ally. Got some trans allies in the chat. Draw a card. No. Go Anubis. Anubis, Jamaica, Jamaica, Jamaican me crazy, Jamaica. Oh, they let it resolve. Alright. I got a man. No! Sing us a song, you're the banished man. Sing us a song tonight. 'Cause we're all in the mood for a melody. And we've got some cybers to fight. Oh, la da da diddy da da. La da diddy da da dum. Doom, doom, doom. Oh, they still get to summon the one. I thought it just canceled it. Oh, this is game though, right? 76. Can they get 400 more? Can't transcode summon a body? Well, yeah, but if they use it, then I can negate it, and the only way they have to stop it is by tributing off transcode talker which stops the thing anyway. Never mind. I was never getting out of here alive. Might as well just get my points or whatever. That's I should have learned my lesson from playing Inscription. You can't beat the moon, chat. Womp. I'm sad. How could this happen? Let's get some legacy packs. Surely these will make me feel better, right? No. No, all I got is a rhinoceros. And I already have 5 of them. I got my 5th Mist Worm. I got Invader of the Darkness. This is my first Savage Coliseum. I see. So I got 1 new card. Do I got any other new cards? New cards, PogChamp. New cards, PogChamp. New cards, PogChamp. Please? Please, no. 100 cards. 1 new one. I am curious. Are there any URs I don't own? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a UR? 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I have cards I don't have. I just don't know how I've gotten so few of them. All the normal cards I might have. Yeah, do I have every normal card? No, I don't have any copies of R. All right, will I get an R? 100 more packs. Let's go. Well, I got a Cyberse Accelerator. That'll accelerate my Cyberse cards. And Creeping Darkness. She don't look like she's doing too well, chat. Someone better call a hospital doctor. Those are the best kind of doctors. Well, I got an H, but it doesn't look like I got an R. Also, real quick, is that Noelia? I think so. Chat, why is R an N card? Shouldn't it be an R card? This is like their one chance. Like, did it really make that much of a difference? R should be an R. It'd be like if they made a card that was like SR and it was a UR. A hard R. Okay. I'm gonna go make my whatever it's called real quick. I'm gonna go get my peanut butter. While I'm here though, I'm gonna find the thing I was talking about earlier. More ammo has been found for the man ladder climb. Is that Hugh Jackman, the blind one? I don't think so. I'd have to look up real quick who played Blinken in Men in Tights. Mark Blankfield. I will say, though, do you know who this little gentleman is over on the left? If you've never seen this movie before. Another Mark? No. Yeah, that is it's a young Dave Chappelle. Did you know he did a dance number in tights? Who would have thought? He's pretty good, too. Dave Chappelle, if you grew up in the 2000s, he was a very influential comedian. And then he became a hack. I don't know. To be honest, I never really liked the Chappelle Show back when I was a youngin'. All my friends thought it hilarious. I've never heard of him. He's had an interesting career. What was really interesting, chat, have you ever heard of what's it called? Okay, so first of all, there's a show they used to play on Adult Swim called Home Movies. Is anyone here familiar with Home Movies? It was interesting. The animation style was very simple, and it was done very quickly. But the whole conceit behind it was that you basically had a bunch of comedians on the cast, and they would have like a general outline, and then they would improvise the story. So they do a bunch of improv comedy bits, and then they would animate that after the fact. And most of the time in animation, they sort of like come up with a storyboard first, you write the story, and then like you kind of have an idea of what the animation is going to be beforehand. And this was like the opposite. Spood fan, Home Movies PogChamp. Someone was a fan. Did the adults ever swim on Adult Swim? Yeah, all the time. A lot of it's known, but yeah, so that was popular that ran for I think 5 seasons on Adult Swim. But the people who made that beforehand, they made another show that's even more obscure called Dr. Katz. Is there anyone here old enough to remember Dr. Katz? It played on Comedy Central back in like the 90s. I have the weirdest memory of Dr. Katz. I forget, I was like thinking about it. I was like, oh yeah, that was a show. I remember watching it as a kid and never really understanding it. But like it had funny bits regardless. And I assumed it was the same thing, because it was basically, the whole conceit of it's Dr. Katz is a therapist, and his clients are just all like stand-up comedians. It's an animated show. But it's basically just a vehicle for them to do their stand-up bits in small segments, but framed as like, I'm talking to my therapist instead of talking to an audience. And it's one of those, I went back to find it, and really interesting thing I'll say right off the bat, oftentimes when you try to look up these shows on YouTube, maybe you can find clips, or maybe you can find an episode or two that's been uploaded. And just real quick, if you look up Dr. Katz, you can find all 3 seasons in a 12-hour supercut. If you just want to watch the entire series, it's there. It's like, that's interesting. But yeah, I was watching it, and then like, you know, he's like, oh, my first customer of the day. And it's at the time, most of these were like unknown people. And I think it's like the first season, it's like they bring on Ray Romano. Wasn't that on Family Guy? I mean, I'm sure they made fun of it on Family Guy at some point. The guy that did the son is Bob, yeah. Dr. Katz's son, who does like interstitial parts. I forget his name. He was also on Home Movies. And he also plays, what was his name? There was that spy show that I should know. Ray Romano is a comedian, yeah. Everybody Loves Raymond. But this is like a 19-year-old, like, Ray Romano. Isn't he the mammoth from Ice Age? Yeah, not Spy versus Spy. Archer. That's his name. Yeah, Archer is John Benjamin, who was also Bob on Bob's Burgers, who was also the coach on Home Movies, and you can see a very young John Benjamin as the son on Dr. Katz. I couldn't think of his name easy. I mean, to be fair, it's like 2 first names, right? It's John Ben. But yeah, if you're unfamiliar with Ray Romano, he got a long-running sitcom. But he's very much in, like, his comedy is the style of, like, let me tell you, like, me and the guys, we always want to watch football, but our wives, am I right? I'm a guy, I want to do guy things. And women, they just don't understand. It's like the most hackneyed shit. But I guess he got... I won't say he pioneered it, because the one guy, like... Who's that one guy? No, not Harvey Danger. Like, take my wife, please. Like, he was doing that shtick in, like, the 70s or whatever. I like the film where Eminem just starts going off on Ray Romano. I forgot what one that is. It's like a Adam Sandler movie, right? Rodney Dangerfield, yeah. Ray Romano is just Rodney Dangerfield, but for the 2000s. And yeah, he's all over Dr. Katz. Having a wife, am I right, fellow men? Yeah. And it's like, oh, like I'm rewatching this, I was like, this makes perfect sense, you know? Because his style of comedy is exactly the kind of stuff where you could translate it from him talking to a crowd to him talking to a therapist. He's literally like in therapy, his wife's like, you got problems, go talk to the therapist. And he's like, I don't know, Doc, I'm just trying to watch football. And she's always like, invite your friend Steven over. I don't want to invite him over. I was watching, I was like, maybe as an adult this will be funnier. And the thing is, I think if I was an adult in the 90s, it would have been funnier. The problem is, a lot of the comedians on there were so influential that all of their comedy routines are like the most overplayed shit in the world at this point. Like, there's the one episode they had Dave Chappelle on, and he's like doing a bit where he talks about like superheroes, and he's like, Aquaman, what kind of a power is talking to fish? I was like, yeah, I remember hearing Aquaman jokes when I was like 12. But then again, I guess this came out when I was 9, so this pioneered the Aquaman jokes. Women are nice. I like women. They're pretty cool. The problem is I'm a weird freak. And I'm fat. Let's go first. Okay, get a couple more duels and then we'll call it a night for tonight. Alright, we're going first and we've opened exactly one starter. 4 hand traps and the 1 card charter. Granted, if they have Ash for this, you know, we do have the called by, so there's that. We can set this. And they surrender. The 1 card charter. It's I forget where the bit started. It might have been MBT. But there was the thing where they were talking about, especially during Snake Eyes format, right? Where it's like, well, all you need is 4 hand traps or 4 hand traps and a 1 card starter. And then there were all these people where like you'd start to play, you had the exact right hand, but they happened to have like the right mix of things to stop you. So it's like, I guess my hand was 4 hand craps and a 1 card starter. Kid, thank you for gifting a sub to Mr. Nova. Now the editor doesn't have to see any of the ads or anything. Joe, you are playing like you are a man on a mission. In a mission? Yeah, by the way, it's Mr. Nova's going to be editing this month, so if you have any funny ideas for editing jokes or gags, you tell Mr. Nova down in the chat. The Nova? Well, not Golden Nova, and not Nova Aokami. But a third secret Nova. It's weird. I don't know what it is about Nova that's become so popular. Maybe it's just me, but it's like, there's 2 editors I know named, or not 2 editors, there's 2 Yugi tubers named Nova. There's Nova the editor, and then I was talking with one of my friends, who I'm not sure if they want to like reveal stuff about their life, so I'll keep them private. But they've been dating someone for a while, who I think came out as trans like a couple years back, and they finally decided like what their girl name is going to be, and they chose Nova. So it's like, now I know 4 Novas. So many Novas. As an online name, yeah. It's an NB-ass name. I say this as an NB-ass named NB. Alright. We're up. I think we're facing like a sports team. There's a hockey team. Maybe a football team. I don't know. Nighthawks doesn't sound like it would be a football team. Is that fucking Shadow Ghoul? Maybe this will stop them. Damn it, I keep forgetting. Now I can't use Song of the Dominators. To be fair, what are they gonna do? Nothing. Nothing is what they're gonna do. Labyrinth Archfiend? I got a spiked snail. Ugh. I have a friend that is also a Yu-Gi-Oh channel that now has Nova in its name. High stakes battle. For them, for me, it was just another Tuesday. And I get to go first. Which I think I forgot to do the thing before, so we should actually be on 10. I forget to change the counter when it's something I gotta, like, think about almost every duel. Damn, we just get nothing but this field spell. Okay, standby phase. Oh, wait, no. No, go back. Up, no, too late. I was like, we do this and we play around Droll, because I have the Droll in my hand. Now we're locked out of doing both the man and the mark, but that's fine. Hello, it is me, Glorious Adra. Sports. Ho-ho, ha-ha, hee-hee, farvar. Another card? Why, yes. I think I'll take this one. The question is, what do I get rid of? You know, we'll figure it out after we do Treasures of the Kings. We gotta do this now. Set a card? Yes. I will set Apophis the Serpent. And then I will set another card. I will add the Merciless Scorpion of Serket. I will special summon the Merciless Scorpion of Serket. Hit him so hard it fucked up his circadian rhythms. Let's go ahead and get the Temple of the Kings. Let's go ahead and activate the Temple of the Kings. Let's go ahead and summon the Apophis. We're Apophysing. Set a card. Then we can Capone, because we control a trap. Then we can make Silo Hat Rabbit. Then we can use the rabbit. Set the dang dirt spider. Then we activate Home Stadium. Activate Home Stadium. We get back Capone. We're gonna summon this. We're gonna grab Eto. 500. And then the question is, chat, do we make Redoer from here for just extra disruption? I think we do. Or do we keep it and then we can bounce it back to pop another card after we activate something? Yeah, you know what? Let's save the Redoer for once we know something, because we can't tag out. I think we'll be fine. We got a lot of stuff. We can do a lot of things. Go ahead and summon this. 500. And now we have room. We can move this back into the back rooms if we need be. Ah, I see. Do I care about that, really? Is this any card or just a monster? Yeah, you know what? If they want stuff to be banished, I want stuff to not be banished. We'll just move this back here. Home Stadium, negated. Ah, I see. Draw 2 cards? Nah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to deal with your shit. Wow, I got a lot of duels already. Well, some of those are like go first pass. Yeah, I don't think that was interesting. Like, we did all the stuff with both sides of the deck, but... Alright, one more duel to Platinum 2. A high-stakes battle between 2 gamers, each one more powerful than the last. Unfortunately, we're going second, which puts us at a pretty big disadvantage, but, you know, maybe they're bad at the game. They are in Plat 2, after all. And you could point out and be like, Joe, you're in Plat 2 as well. And I'd be like, yeah, but shut up. Okay. They lorden their load. I think we have to ash this to keep them off of the thing. Granted, maybe they've got the Primite monster. Maybe they drew the one of called by. But we don't want them to get to Drill Beam, because if they Drill Beam us, we can't stop them. Okay, they are turning off all monster effects to summon Labradite Drag. Oh. Oh, no! I think this is the Primite version of our deck. The only version of Primite I've seen that plays Labradite Dragon is Primite Man. The Prime Man. Which we could also play, but I feel like you've seen enough of this in the last year or so. Okay. Let us start with the man. Do you want to call by that? No? Okay, so let me think. If I do man stuff, and I go all the way through it, I can eventually get to... I can eventually go through Silhouette Rabbit, get the Argo Star that searches, and then get another normal summon and go from there. Either way, if this is in perm, I'm like doomed, but I guess we'll see. Song of the Dominators. They certainly dominate, unfortunately. They did not search, though. Then if you have a... oh, they have to have a trap in the graveyard. Yeah. Yeah. But, I mean, that would have happened regardless of what we summoned. Either way, we'd be in this position. At least now we have a secret. Wiggle. There's someone in there. Temple of the Kings, alright. Apophis. Ah, 2 level 6s? What are you going to make, Tzolk'in? They play Tzolk'in in this? Or are they just running over the man with 2,000? Ouchie wah. This is a normal monster, so they could make Link Spider, and then Link Spider plus this is full Fiendsmith combo. But it appears they do not go that far. Ah, perfect. Go Adra? Point at him. Show him the meaning of haste. Another one. How come their Song of the Dominators always work? Mine never works. I can't make this. And I might as well. Hello, it is me. Look at my horse is amazing, I get a free spell, unless you use the card you just used there. Pop, pop. Well, I'll see you next turn then. Do we have Zeus? We do! Maybe we should have just made Zeus. Another one. Bar on the floor. Real quick, declare one, hand, deck, or graveyard, but it can't get it from banished. So if we do this, then they won't have a normal monster on the field for the drill beam. Unless they negate it. I didn't think they would negate it. Verdict of Anubis. Yep, we just got all the things that don't help us, unfortunately. Like, they're a trap deck, so this doesn't work. This is like a Garnet. This is like a Garnet. At least Bar used the negate. Yeah, now all they have is Drill Beam. Darn it. We'll do one more. Well, I guess if we win this one, then we can do two more. You could have used her effect last turn instead of Ixie summoning. Now, she was negated, wasn't she? Oh, it's only negate that effect. Damn. Yeah. Yeah, I have a trap in the graveyard, so it'll destroy it. Yeah, there we go. Unfortunately, because we use Dominators, we cannot activate this card in our hand. A sad state of affairs. We can still do the Treasure of the Kings. And that's all it took. The Dominus finally worked for us. Ugh. Ugh. Remember Friday Night Funkin' chat? Whatever happened to that? I thought they were gonna make a full game with like a whole bunch of weeks and shit. Alright, one more duel to Platinum 2. We've knocked on the door once before, but now we've won the coin, which means we're annoying. I started to rhyme there, and then I was like, oh, okay. Gotta try to see it through. I'm not sure if it worked necessarily. This is like every Garnet in the deck all at once. All the one-ofs? They've given me oops all one-ofs. What could I say? Fuck. Oh, I guess if I control 3 traps. So, like, I might as well just, like, set everything and then activate this. Because then I control 3 other traps so I can activate Verdict of the Nubis. And then we maxi. Yeah, I want them to summon a couple things. We'll hit the engage once they, like, actually try to linkage, or once they try to do the second engage that would draw them cards, we could be like, nah, I ain't going out that way. End of the main phase? Okay. I do want cards, though, is the thing, chat. I think I'm gonna allow it. Okay. Sure, buddy. No, not today. Yeah, they drolled. It's like, oh, I thought what your deck did was get mobilize, engage back, and then run it over and over again. But if you want to droll yourself to stop me from drawing like 1 or 2 more cards, go right ahead. Fine by me, Elizabeth. Now I just gotta hope they don't have exactly Ash or Called By. Ooh, I was like, circuit, and we have the field. It's the wrong field spell. Anubis, Jamaica. Anubis, Jamaica. The man. Another one. Okay. this isn't Tomb. Both of them things. Both of them things. So here's the thing, chat. I could give up my summon with the man. I wouldn't be able to search. I do have an Anubis in the graveyard, though. And then I could Apophis. And then I could summon back... Okay, okay. We're going to be a little silly, chat. This may or may not work. $500. At least I didn't go quietly into the night. What can I make here? Link Spider. 3 or more cards with different names that are Temple of the Kings. Or that, oh, with different names that are Temple of the Kings. I thought that it was that or mentioned it. Okay, I'm a little more doomed. I can send Temple of the Kings here. I wasn't expecting that, chat. I was like, you're gonna hit me with Widow Anchor. Yeah, so we set this. And we don't have enough to summon anything. Okay. Well, they've got 1 card and they've got a Mud Dragon. Can they get out of this? Alright, we get another turn. Never mind. They had too many linkages. Yeah, and then the Kagari can get linkage back. Damn. Again. It was also the worst hand possible. Yeah, but I mean, that's the problem with this deck is like we have more starters now, but we also have more bricks now, or more garnets, I should say. Because now it's like, okay, we went from having this being pretty much the only brick, and I guess maybe Temple of the Kings. So we already have 2 bricks. We have natively 2 bricks. Or 2 garnets. I guess 3 in Verdict of Anubis. 4 if you count Statue of Anguish pattern. 5 if you count Apophis the Swamp Deity. So we've already got quite a few one-ofs that we want to search as part of the combo. We should play 60 cards. Do you think? I'm not sure I agree with that. Because the problem is we could add 60 cards, but we could have 2 more starters. Like, we could add in 2 more Man with the Mark. But then we get into trouble. Yeah, like, the number of cards, like, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We got 13 cards that get us off to the races. That are either starters for the Man or the Argo Stars half of the deck. But then we have 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 10 cards that that we don't want to draw, that we just add as part of our combo. Time tearing for 2 normals. Well, then that turns off our ability to activate hand traps. We kind of need to do that for the hand traps to work. Yeah, like maybe we could play like a 50 card version of the deck. A second snake deity. Because he's a starter. Yeah, Anubis as well. I just came here off the back of a bad loss streak in Master Duel. Are there any words of encouragement you could give me that would make me not want to toss cards all over your room? I'm not sure if necessarily encouragement, but like, if you toss your cards all over the room, then you'll have to pick them up. You're just making more work for yourself. Don't let... There's an old Buddhist saying that says, holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the person you hate to die. If you allow the anger to cause you to do destructive things to yourself, you're only letting them harm you more. The best thing that you can do if you experience anger or disappointment is to turn that into something creative and creative and constructive and loving. Turn that into something that has a positive force on you and those around you. Like, I can't make you feel better, but I can advise you to direct your energy into something more productive than throwing your cards everywhere. Pretty sure that was from Karate Kid. The Karate Kid could have gotten it from a Buddhist person. Turn your anger into something destructive. Got it, Joe. Beat the shit out of a pillow. Draw some shit. I spent last night, I stayed up drawing for the first time in a while. I'm not sure how often I mention it, chat. I used to be an artist. I went to school for art. Well, I didn't go to school for art. I could have gone to art school. Everyone wanted me to go to art school, and I was like, doesn't getting a degree in art school not have any practical applications? And they're like, yeah, but you want to network with people. And to be fair, maybe if I had networked with people, I would be in a different position in my life. Who knows? But paying like $600,000 to network with people feels like an awfully high price. Should also play Dugaris in this deck. Detach a man, summon it back. Make the bots in the solo mode. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I've been working on a novel called The Legend of Lefty. The first 2 parts of it are actually out on my channel. I release them as like free audiobooks. So if you want to listen to them, check out the YouTube, which is linked up there. Obviously, there's also a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh stuff there, but, you know, I'm more passionate about the audiobook. Go listen to that. So I've been working on part 3, and I've been having a bit of writer's block, mostly because if you're unfamiliar with The Legend of Lefty, it's like a fantasy story, right? Kind of like Lord of the Rings or Wheel of Time or whatever. It's got a bunch of fantastical races. But instead of using elves and dwarves and everything else like that, I've kind of created my own little hierarchy, which is based partially off of Lovecraftian creatures. I've taken the aesthetics of Lovecraftian creatures, but I've turned them into, like, average, everyday parts of life. AI is stupid, but this reminds me of Lefty. What the heck is this? Oh, yeah. Looks like Old Blue. Kinda. I like the novels. I'm glad. People have mentioned them before. But yeah, so there's one of the main races in addition to humans are things called Thulins, which are like 8 feet tall, and they have green skin, and they've got long tendrils on their faces. They look kind of like Cthulhu. Or at least depictions of Cthulhu. but they're not like inherently evil beings or even like monstrous beings. They're more akin to elves in how they act. They're very hoity-toity. They live very long lives. They kind of look down on all the other races and everything. Actually, do I have a picture? I'm pretty sure I have a picture of a Thulin here. I got some art commissioned. Where is it at? The thumbnails, yeah, there it is. There's Lefty meeting with Pluthark, who is like the wealthy Thulin who funds his adventure. Got some Shoggoths and Shamblers in there. They're kinda, but it's like almost spoilers. There's things that are very, very tangentially based on them, but they're very far removed. Wait, you had writer's block? What did you do afterwards? Well, that was the thing. Yeah, so that was the thing I was getting to. I'm getting writer's block because there's a fifth race that has been mentioned on and off throughout the book so far, but they haven't appeared up until part 3. Part 3 is where Lefty finally meets a Pentoid, and a Pentoid character becomes very important in the narrative. And so I'm having to describe one for the first time, and part of the reason I didn't include them in the first half is because there's already so much world building. Having to describe a Pentoid on top of that is like a nightmare. They're very difficult to describe. And so that was why I was up last night drawing, because I was like, maybe if I drew a picture of one, it would help me better to describe exactly what they look like. Are they penguins? No. Here, let me see if I can show. Hopefully this will show up on the camera. I got a couple sketches here. And I'm out of shape. They're not the best ones. But you can hopefully get like the idea of kind of what I'm going for. The thing with Pentoids is Squid Tree. Yeah. They aren't humanoid. They aren't even horizontally symmetrical. 90% of life on Earth is you split it down the center and you have 2 equal halves. Pentoids are not. They're radially symmetrical. If you look down on them from the top, they look kind of like a 5-sided star. They have 5 feet and 5 tendrils that are equally spaced around them. Kind of hentai. Yeah, but they don't have like a face. They don't have like traditional limbs. And as far as like their appearance, they kind of blur the line between a plant and a creature. They look more like trees with these big drooping tendrils that come off the top. Try to describe things that are hard. Yeah, it's like hard to describe something when like it doesn't have a face, When it doesn't have a head. I'm like trying to describe this thing and it's like, okay, so, I could describe the trunk of its body or like the thorax. Like I could use technical terms, but most people don't know what that means. Pentagonal humanoid. Yeah, penta is the Greek word for 5. So they're pentoids because they're 5-sided. And pentoid is a name made up by the humans because the pentoids, they can speak the common tongue, but it's like difficult for them. Have Lefty draw a face on it. Yeah, they've got the 5 tendrils. Maybe you can see it better. Each one is kind of different. They all serve different functions. They've got one that's just like an all-purpose tentacle that they use as like a hand. This one's like waving. And then they've got 2 that are basically their breathing system. One takes in air, and then the air travels through them, and then it comes out the other one. And as a result, their natural speech sounds kind of like whistling or flute music. They have, their breathing system is just a tube with a bunch of holes in it. And they can open and close them. And so they've learned to use those flutes to make the common tongue to speak like English, essentially. But in order to do it, they have to like wiggle around like crazy. They have to be very, very mobile to make human sounds, and they don't sound. It still sounds a little bit off, but they can do it. But their natural language is entirely like musical. And so, you know, the word they use for themselves would be like a whistling sound that I can't even make because I would need like a flute or something. So the humans, the pentoid is a human name for them. What I'm hearing is that the children sound like middle schoolers playing a recorder. Exactly. It's one of those things that sounds kind of silly, and then you imagine like an army, and there's like 1,000 of them, and it's just like, over the hilltops you can hear the maddening sound of 1,000,000 flutes. Kind of like the fungus in Baldur's Gate 3, I think. But yeah, so they got 5 limbs. 1 is a grabber. 2 are the respiratory system. 1 has an eye on it. They only have 1 eye. Pentoid debate. It sounds like a classical concert. They only have 1 eye, and while they can see through it, seeing isn't like the main way that they experience the world. They feel vibrations through they have 5 feet, and they the same things that breathe also have a whole bunch of like chemical receptors. So they have like a very, very acute sense of smell. They can, between their like feet sensing vibrations on the ground and being able to smell chemicals in the air, they can pinpoint everything. And the eye is just kind of like extra. It's like there to confirm what their other senses are telling them. So instead of the eye like focusing on something, the eye's just always kind of like whipping around and like looking in different ways. I talk about one of the things that often happen, they're like, it's interesting whenever a new person meets a pentoid, because they don't have a face. And most people are taught from like a young age to make eye contact with someone. So they're trying to talk to them and their face is like following the eye around. Like they keep trying to look it in the eye, not realizing that like for a pentoid, keeping eye contact would be akin to like going up and sniffing someone really close, like having to make constant smell contact with someone. But of course, the one that Lefty meets is like a senator, and he's used to dealing with like humans. So it makes sure to like keep the eye at like eye level when it's communicating for his sake. It's like, yeah, I know how humans are. I'll be nice. And then the last arm, the one that's got like kind of a blade on it or whatever, that is both their it's like their main form of attack and also how they eat. That's the thing, is like, I want to call it a mouth, but the weird thing about, describing a creature like this, right, is that for us, the mouth does so many things. We eat, breathe, and talk through the one hole. But for them, it's like those are 2 different things. They have the one that takes in oxygen and puts it out, but they couldn't eat through that. If they tried to, they would like drown. They have a separate tendril that just drinks, an appendage, yeah. And basically they don't eat. They're partially what's it called? Photosynthetic. They have to like stand out in the sun. And they're partially they drink blood. It's an appendage, yeah. Are their bodies wood-like or they're fleshy? They're kind of in between. I describe their skin as being like, it's like tough muscle. It has almost the texture of bark, but it's more flexible. Like butterflies? Do butterflies drink blood? Like a mushroom? Maybe? That's the thing, is it's kind of like I guess a mushroom would be kind of. Do they like Dark Souls? Probably. I can imagine the kind of creature you're describing so far. Yeah, that's the thing is like, I can describe it. The problem is, describing it here involved me showing you a picture, and even then it took like 15 minutes. So, I'm trying to think of like, how do I describe this thing concisely? How do I, like, the chapter starts, Lefty's at his job, he's doing some stuff, I set up the day, and then he runs into a pentoid. And I have to describe a pentoid for the first time and get across just how fucking weird and strange it is without completely derailing for pages upon pages. There's one butterfly that drinks blood and one that doesn't have a mouth or a stomach. Ah, I see. Radial symmetrical, yeah. And it's, a lot of it's, you know, there's always a thing of like, how many of the hands do I have to describe? Like, how much of this do you need to know to understand? The thing is, if I just say like, oh, they have 5 tentacles drooping from their head, then it's like, ah, okay. And then you think all of them are hands, you think it's just like a tentacle creature. But then if I do the opposite and go in and be like, one tentacle has an eye, one tentacle is like for grabbing, one has like a big bladed straw on it that they use to drain the blood out of rats and shit. And then 2 of them are like, breathe in and breathe out. Have them notice more over time? Perhaps. If you haven't listened to The Legend of Lefty, the thing about it is, it's being told from the perspective of a character who, like, witnessed the events afterward. Like, you're being told after the fact. It's like, after Lefty has become legendary, someone is telling his story. So I can't do a first-person thing of, like, Lefty looked over and he saw this and he noticed this. You can't experience it from his, like, first-person view. At least not without shifting up things a lot. It would be kind of, like, weird. Gradually build up the image, yeah. How would you make a horizontally symmetrical creature? Well, they would just be, like, 2 arms on the top and 2 arms on the bottom or something. They remind me of the worm archetype. A little bit. They're based off of, again, they're the Lovecraftian. I think they're called Elder Things. Yeah. Let me see. I could probably just... Yeah, if you've ever read At the Mountains of Madness. I mean, the Elder Things there, they have wings. But they're kind of described, again, this combination of not quite plant, not quite animal, 5 tendrils off the top, but theirs are much shorter. But even then, the thing about it is, just despite how analytical and how precise Lovecraft is with his, like, almost scientific explanations of things, there's, like, the 10 pictures are all very different. Paleozoic? Yeah, kind of. They've got that kind of vibe about them. But again, that's the thing I like doing, is taking this, you know, one of the things that struck me about Lovecraft is you see, like, the corpse of an elder thing, and he's like, oh my god, this horrific thing, and he spends all this time describing it, and he's like, it doesn't fall into any of our categorizations. Like, my mind could barely comprehend something so strange, something that defied my concept of life. And then as you go, you basically learn that they once had a civilization, that they built great cities and monuments and had, like, a society and technology and stuff. And so it's like, at one point, they were kind of just mundane. Like, they just lived for thousands of years in a society, and you would eventually get used to them. So that was one of the things I wanted to have in Lefty, was like, yeah, this thing is just walking down the street, and it's something that's nothing like anything you and I have ever seen. But to the people of this world, it's just like, oh yeah, it's a pentoid. A six-legged ghost tree monster with some tendrils on the top. Old Blue, my king. A sea anemone? Yeah. Well, that is the other thing that, like, I didn't even mention it, and that's because I don't think I would even include it. But you do notice they do kind of have, like, hair on top of their heads. Or stuff that looks like hair. And it is kind of fibrous, but it's much more thick and, like, kind of greasy. And it's also prehensile. It is kind of like a sea anemone. They style it. They got Saiyan hair. Yeah, kinda. Like, they can style it into whatever they move, but they can actually just move it at will. Is the blade tendril customizable? No. The blade tendril, it's good for, like, piercing into things, but it's actually kind of brittle from the side, so they don't use it as a weapon very often. It's usually they'll grab something with one tendril, they'll use their arm tendril to, like, break something's neck, and then they'll, like, and then they'll drain the blood out of it. But yeah, that's how they interact with the world when they only have, like, the one hand, is basically the thing on top of their head serves as a second pair of hands. They grab stuff and they bring it up to the top, and then their hair can, like, grab onto things. That's basically how they write, is like, they put a pencil into their hair, and then they hold a piece of paper above their head, and their hair does the little fine writing. Because it's just a bunch of fibers they can control. It's just not very long, so it's kind of stuck to whatever they can bring a tendril up to. And yeah, as far as the weapons, if they're in actual battle, they wield something that looks more like this. It's on the grabby claw, the one that has the most strength to it. And it's a combination, like, obviously they can stab you with it, but they can also hook you with it and bring it back. They hook into you if they can pin you down or get your weapon away from you, and then they can just stab you with the other one. One drawing had a hook, one had a tendril. How do they taste, though? I don't know. I'm not sure you could eat them. It'd be like eating wood. They're very thick. Yeah, so that one's this. That's his, the blade, like, that's what he drinks through. And then this is like a weapon that they manufactured that it wears over the top of its tendril. Like a sword that it's grabbing. Fibrous? Yeah. The way I describe it is like, their entire body is made of muscles and tubes. They don't have any fat. They don't have any, like fleshy parts. They're just all muscle. It's just very, 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 very tough. What do they eat and drink? Blood. They drink blood and water. And then they're also photosynthetic. So they need liquids. And they do need to eat some like liquids that have protein in it, essentially. So vampire trees, somewhat. They have also, so when they originally, like, if you think of, like, cavemen pentoids, like, ancient pentoids would hunt down, like, wolves and stuff and drain them of blood. But modern ones have found ways to, like, oh, we can cultivate plants and we can make soups, and as long as stuff is chopped up really fine, they can still get all the proteins and nutrients they need without actually having to kill, like, an animal. Which, I mean, they still do, but they like to have some variety, you know? They need the iron from the blood. How do they reproduce? That's a long-ass topic. One of the big things about the pentoids, and one of the reasons they, like, don't get along with the other races, is because societal-wise, everything for them kind of revolves around 5. They see that, like, humans, they're like, humans, they're all about duality. everything for humans is good and evil. Humans, they pair up. They're all about man and a wife, and they've got a team of two. And then they want to have 2 kids. And they want to live in a house with a door in the center and 2 windows on the side. And pentoids are, their family unit is a group of 5. It takes 5 of them in order to reproduce. Are there vegan pentoids? Yeah. Do they math with a base 5 system? I don't think so. I mean, they probably, they use the base 10, and then they're like, well, what is 10 but 2 5s? Orgies are mandatory? Yeah, kinda. Well, that's the thing, right? They wouldn't see it as an orgy. They would just see it as yeah, there's... Do they have 5... Yeah, they have 5 genders. To them, it wouldn't be an orgy. It would be regular sex. Yeah. Although that's one of the things, right? Is this has to do with the prequels. But so what was it? As far as biologically, they're technically what would be the word? I would say asexual, but they can't reproduce by themselves. They do need 5 of them to put genetic material together. But it can be any 5 of them. You don't need a man and a woman. You just need 5 pentoids. Pentasexual. And they don't have 5 reproductive organs or whatever. They all just have one thing. But because their society is based around 5, they have split themselves into 5 genders based on this basically qualities that's really hard for a human to understand, the firmness of the hair and how tall. To a pentoid it's obvious who's a he, who's a she, who's an e, who's an is. No need for a man with a mark. Yeah. So they have 5 genders, and everyone is in a very rigid hierarchy where the males hold dominion over all the other ones. And so any 5 of them could mate, but they would see it as very shocking, very what would be the word? Offensive if you didn't mate with one of each gender. They're you have to have all 5. If you try to use 2 of one kind or all of the same gender, that would be I gotta keep going back to shocking, but shocking's not the word. It would be the equivalent taboo, yeah. It would be an orgy for them. Would their version of liberals be we're a pair, deal with it? I'm sure at some point they would eventually get to that. But that's one of the I would love to talk more about lore, because I could sit here and talk about the lore all fucking day. The gay trees are crying. But yeah, that's the so one of the things that you hear about in this story, part of the legend of Lefty, the whole thing is predicated. In fact, this the very opening crawl talks about the Dark War. A war that threatened to destroy all life on the planet, and only the legendary hero could step up and save the day. And then he did, and everything was good after that. And then Lefty was born. And the problem is, Lefty's built to be a hero, He's a young, adventurous guy. He's really good at fighting, not so good at thinking. He likes to take risks. The problem is, world peace has been established, so he has nothing to do. Do a Lefty Q&A stream one day, yeah. And so as you go through the story, you do eventually learn more and more about, okay, what was this threat that almost destroyed the world? Who was this hero that saved everything? And you basically learn that the Dark War was led by a pentoid. the Pentoids declared war on all the other races, and because they live up in the frozen north and they're like nocturnal, they basically sleep during the day. They blocked out the sun. That's why it was called the Dark War. Because they literally made it dark to try to starve out all the other like races. And so if I ever do another story, a prequel, it would be about the Pentoid revolutionary rising up, taking control, and sort of waging this war. The appearance of Righty will be Lefty's greatest struggle. And so, and yeah, that's at least what I have planned. A lot of it has to do with like the revolutionary who unites all the Pentoids together, but then eventually like leads them into a genocidal war, is like they're inspired by trying to improve the system, trying to make it less rigid. And then things don't turn out the way they expected. It's one of those things where, and you know, I feel good, I feel fine saying this here because it doesn't spoil anything for the main series, and the prequel would be like a million years from now, if it even gets made. But the whole idea is that during this, all you hear about is how bad the Pentoids are, how bad that, like, you know, the Pentoid revolutionary is. And then when you finally hear their story, it's like, that's kind of a tragedy. It's... I thought that they were just pure evil, but when you hear the story, it's much more understandable why they did what they did, even if it didn't turn out anything like what they thought. And yeah, there is planned to be a sequel with a guy named Righty, because how can I do The Legend of Lefty and not have a Righty? But that one's even more nebulous and way far down the line and has to do with sleep magic and stuff, and we won't get into that. Either way, we've been yapping for quite a while. Do you want to do a little, like, blueprints? Maybe a little Balatro? Something to wind down now that we're done with Yu-Gi-Oh? You know, I have a little poll, chat. You can decide. What do for the rest of the night? Blueprints? Balatro? Or call it a night? Rest. Relax. Just vibe. We're done being men. See, I wouldn't hear any of this if I only watched the duels as I edited them. Yeah, I suppose so. And again, it's always weird because I feel like, and maybe it's just because of where I grew up or the kind of people I grew up with, but anytime I start rambling about my story, I feel like I'm annoying people. I basically was told all through my life, like, Joe, people don't want to hear about the stories you've made up. Make the actual story, and then maybe we'll care about the lore. Like, go through the trouble of actually doing it. Regime to honk. Oh, there you go. Critter, you want to give a honk to Second History? Thank you, Critter. Nah, it's fucking awesome. Yeah, and then the double thing of that is hearing people be like, the problem with a lot of creators is that they talk too much about their story, and then why would people actually watch the story when they've already been told all the things about it? Part of the fun of a story is like trying to piece together the themes and everything that's happening yourself. Honk Tua? Mari, you want to time yourself out for a little bit, please? Are you surprised you got so many questions about the Pentoids? A little bit. I'm not surprised, because that's the thing, right? One of the things I've learned is that There are people who are interested, who are very interested, especially now that I have like a tiny amount of like fame, I guess would be the best word for it. But usually I feel like what happens is I start talking about Lefty and then most of the chat leaves because they don't care. They're here for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Or they're here for some kind of game. And again, they just don't want to hear about like my OCs or whatever. But surprisingly, I think we lost like 20 people, but there's still 130 here just to hear me yap about pentoids and look at my little drawings or whatever. Timed out for 10 seconds. I appreciate it. Writers attend panels to talk about their works all the time. Yeah, but that's after they've published it. That's the thing, right? Is I feel like until I actually publish and finish the work, then like it's just a thought in my head. I might as well be telling you about like a dream I had the other night. But at the same time, you know, the thing I have to come to the terms with is a lot of people probably haven't heard about the story or haven't gone to see it specifically because I haven't talked a whole lot about it. Maybe talking about it and telling you some of the lore here and spoiling a few details now, giving you like a preview, has made some people interesting, and now they'll go to the YouTube and check it out. Entirely possible. Or when part 3 comes out, they'll go in on that. Where is the thing? It looks like Blueprints has won by 65%. So we'll do a little Blueprints. It's good to hype it up, yeah. Yami redeemed a karaoke, did they? Oh, they did. Okay, 1 second. I'm sorry I missed that. I first found out about it when you released part 2. I just want to hear you sing. You choose. Okay. We'll get a karaoke in here real quick. I don't suppose... Can any of the mods change the category over to Blueprints? We'll get the... Where's the game capture? Oh, where are you? There it is. It's fine. I won't run away. Yeah, I just hope. I talked about this before, where it's like originally, I planned to have it in what was it? Originally, I planned to have it in 2 parts. Like Lefty would be part 1 would end after the Breath Tabernacle, and then there'd be part 2. And then I realized if I did it that way, part 1 alone would be like 16 hours long. So I decided to break the first part into 2. I'd be like, okay, now I'll have 4 parts, you know? If I get each half and break it into half, then I have a nice 4-part story. And then as I was writing the first 2 parts, I realized that the beginning especially needed a lot more work. So I ended up adding a whole lot of chapters and stuff to it. So the first 2 parts got bloated to be far larger than they were originally. And looking at the last half of it, I'm realizing that it probably won't suffer from the same thing. That it's not going to be, I'm not going to have to add a whole bunch of stuff into it. Because now that you're in the setting and you know everything, it's much easier to go along. So I'm at this point where I remember I was trying to calculate it. And I was like, if I released the last whole section as 1 part, it would be 12 hours long. So it would be like way longer than the other 2 parts, which are each like 8 hours. But if I split that 12-hour part in half, then part 3 and part 4 would be 6 hours. So they'd each be shorter than the first 2 parts. So it's like, fuck, do I release 2 parts that are shorter than the originals, or do I release 1 super massive part? No idea. Still trying to decide that. I suppose we'll see. Either way, let me find a karaoke here for you. sooner rather than later. It might be better to do it that way too, because it would be cheaper. It's a weird song. I love that song. I'm an expert just like you. It's, there's not a lot of songs that really fit that. Where, like, they're just a song about a specific kind of guy, and they just nail that character really well. That song is great fun, yeah. And just like the conspiracy theory guy who calls into the radio or writes into celebrities, and he's like, no, you don't understand. I've got it. I've cracked the code. You just, as soon as everyone listens to me, they'll understand. The guy who did the live action video, yeah, the video's great. Honestly, me, if I pursued acting. I'm a genius before my time. Disbelieving that's the real crime. Okay. And with that, we go over to Blueprints. Let's go ahead. Sure brings an even better mood. No problem. Hopefully it was worth it. Quick actions. I've clicked on the quick action to change the thing I'm doing. And it's not being very quick, chat. It's like taking a while to load. Maybe if I refresh. Totally worth it. I should learn the other, like, Lemon Demon song I really like. Although the lyrics to that one are, like, crazy. Blueprints. Yeah, I really should practice more songs. Then I'll be ready. Give me more channel points. You gotta keep watching. Either that or I could, like, bet something. Word disassociation. Oh, what's the word? Eighth Wonder. You look up the lyrics to Eighth Wonder. Okay, it's been like a week. It's so good. Extra special, earthbound creature. I am the fifth dimension, and I will split the atom. I have no hands. Okay. What the heck were we doing? We've got... Gotta summon, or gotta do 18 more bullseyes. We've got it. Oh yeah, the drafting strategy. And buy out the entire showroom. Okay. So I guess we're just trying the drafting game. See if we can get 20 dead ends. I was out of town for the holidays. How's Blueprints going? Pretty good. I don't know. I feel like we've gotten to a point. Wait. I guess, okay. I guess we know where that is then. It's just stuck in that one place. Oh, we reached the antechamber? Yes. Ooh, the shrine. Give me 1 second. If you're unfamiliar with Blueprints, it's the kind of game where you gotta take notes. And boy do I have notes. Where's my Blueprints folder? I thought it was somewhere on the desktop. There it is. Oh wait, maybe shelter would be better? Okay. So for 2 gold, we can pay gems to spin the floor plans. I think I have a picture somewhere that tells me the rest of these. Yeah, Shrine Blessings. Whenever you trigger or draft a mechanical room, trigger the current experiment. You can pick up berry. If you do, draft a random floor plan, disregarding rarity. Add an extra dish to the dining room. Add 8 courtyards. Huh. 8 courtyards might make it easy. Each time you draft a shop, get an ivory die. 10 die gold whenever you roll a die. Okay. So I think we're going to experiment with the shrine. We have to figure out how much to pay for each of the things. So far, all we've done is we know how much what happens if we do 2 and 4 and 10. So 6 seems like next. Was this here before? This trunk is locked. Something tells you it should stay that way. Oh, okay. Okay. 6. Blessing of the Gardener. Okay. 6 gold. Add 8 courtyards to the draft pool. I appreciate how you had this whole character arc about whether or not Blueprints requires notes. Did I? I thought right at the beginning I was like, oh yeah, this is a note-taking game. They like tell you that at the beginning, don't they? Like I thought there used to be a thing on the table that's like, yeah, take notes. Take notes, idiot. Okay. So what we're trying to do, chat, is we need to craft a house that has 20 dead ends, which is difficult. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's if we had a dead end on every single like the left and the right side, it would only be 19 or 18. We need to get 2 more in addition to that. Granted, the shrine counts as 1, and the antechamber counts as 1. Or not, the room 46 counts as 1 if we can open it. So we just have to find a way to, like, draft so that we can open up pretty much every single space and make them all dead ends. You brought up that one bit from Silksong that everyone kept hyping up. Oh, as deep as everyone was saying. A spare green room. Yeah, we're gonna start with the hallway, I think. Yeah. Get a key. Dead end. Yeah, we storeroom. There's 1. Count it up with me, chat. Good to know there's also dirt in here. If we ever got a shovel. Yeah, I think we saved the security room. Spare green room. Oh, hey. Yeah, I upgraded this last time to make it green. It doesn't seem to have added much of anything in terms of, like, actual stuff I can interact with. Dead end, dead end, dead end. Yeah, there we go. Utility closet. Conservatory is also good, but let's just get this. Off, on. Okay. Alright, so now that we've got 2 dead ends, what we want to try to do is go up from the center and get like as many four-way intersections as we can. Three-way intersection. Close enough. Now, this could be a dead end, or we could make it a... Yeah. Yeah, that's actually, if we, as long as we've got a way up, we don't necessarily have to go all the way to this side. We could just make one here. Damn, no dice. Dice would have been really good there. Security room. Yeah, we get this since we've already got the thing. Since we've already got the, what's it called? The utility closet. Okay. Log on. Keycard system. We go security level high because we've turned off the security, and we can make it so that while security is off, the doors are unlocked. We can also log into the network. Wait, did I type it right? There we go. Let's see. Remote access terminals. Yeah, we just started an experiment. Oh, you want Slong Song? Permanently add 1 gold to your allowance is so good. But setting my dice to 2 would help. That, you know, I got this one rarely shows up. I've got to take this while I can. And we're going to do it with the security doors because we just unlocked all those. So we might have a chance to get like 5 or 6 added to our thing. 5 or 6 added to our allowance. If you don't know, the allowance is how much you start with each day. Okay, we do need to go up, so some kind of 3-way intersection here would be nice. Man, it sucks to use a hallway this early. But I think we're going to do it. Okay, so we can turn down. If we get one that turns down, that's fine. Ooh, or we could just get the laundry room. Yeah, laundry room is a dead end. We can also swap coins with gems. Being able to have infinite gems just means we can draft whatever the fuck we want. I think this might be worth it, even though it would take like almost all our money. You know, we've got 50 steps. Let's see if we can find like a commissary or something first. And then if need be, we can come back. Hey! Paying off instantly. Fuck. The archives is a good four-way intersection, but not being able to see half of the shit is, like, terrible. We could also get a lavatory and then maybe come back through the foundation now that we've turned off the car. Our keys? Yeah, let's try it. Your allowance has been raised. It's risky, but we're gonna do it. Yeah, observatory is the only way to go, and then that hallway down there can be a dead end as well. 48. Okay, so diamonds. This is keys. This is 3 extra steps. We got an apple. We got a sailboat. And I think this is just another diamond. Yeah. That's really good. Okay, maybe we don't need the laundry room after all. Okay, let's go down first. It'll take some extra steps, but if this is just going to be a dead end, it's better than... Oh, wait, we might have to go around anyway. Billiard room. Yeah, we have to solve one of these, and then we can get a dead end over here. This will get us a key. So 11 times 3, 33 minus 13 is 20. 10 minus 10 is 0. 0 times 18 is 0. Plus 10 is 10. Got 1 minus 2 would be negative 1. Negative 1 times 4 is negative 4 squared. Negative 4 squared is the same as 4 squared, which is 16, right? Yeah. Oh boy, a key card. Just what I needed. Yeah. Yeah. I could also get the pantry out of the list and then make a dead end. No, I think we just take the dead end here. Yeah, we take the dead end while we got it. 10 steps. Oh. And $1. Yeah. Hopefully we can get a courtyard or something off of this observatory. The boudoir is good. Although, then we really have to curve. Corridor might be better if we can get a 4-way intersection at the end of the corridor. Then that opens up several ways. Yeah, I think we do corridor here. Yeah, dark room is good. Go into it, the lights are already out. How far away is the utility closet? Quite a ways. I'm just betting that, like, I'll be able to find a way to get to, like, the dining room or the commissary or the kitchen before I run out of steps. Turn the dark room back on. Wait, is this off? Okay, it's off. It's worth trying to finagle her ladyship's chamber. Yeah. I'm wondering if maybe now that I'm by the entrance hall, maybe I should go to the foundation now? Because otherwise I'd have to come all the way back out again. But then I might not even have to do that if the dark room ends up being in a good spot. So you know what? Let's go ahead and go. Okay. Yeah, let's go this way. Boiler room, weight room. Weight room is so good right here. Even if it takes half my steps. My allowance has been raised. I've lost 16 steps. Let's see what's over here before we go. Do I just get the garage? But then... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I got one up here. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I could just barely be able to make it. Yeah, I think that's our only option, though. Probably shouldn't have even come in here. That does allow me to get to the front by only using like 4 steps, though. Gem. I thought there was usually a lever in here. Okay. Okay, dead end down here. Coat check is a dead end that we don't have to enter. Oh, and this also does open the antechamber in the easiest place possible. Yeah. Let's hope we can get an intersection this way. Yeah, the gym's been turned off. Yeah, we'll get the gym. My allowance has been raised. Oh, there was a electronic door on that side of the foundation. Kitchen. Yeah, that kind of sucks, but can at least get some food. Every green room. Let's just get a club sandwich. And a banana. And a banana. And a banana. Everything 50% off. Yeah, I still don't know. I've turned the water on and off in the kitchen. I don't know if it actually does anything. We're gonna leave the sink running and see if the kitchen is flooded next time we get to it or something. Okay, we need, like, a dining room or something here. Oh, the pool works. Your grandfather is not pleased. My swim trunks. 1 key for 3 keys? I'll take it. Ooh, the car keys. Did you want to know what the kitchen water does? If you could give me like a hint. Pool adds some dead ends with the saunas too. Yeah. If you give me a hint without like, is it something I can solve just by looking at the kitchen? Okay, we need to get a dead end through here. Or is it something to deal with like another room? Because if it's like a room I haven't been in yet, then that would be like a spoiler. Damn it. They just won't get me dead ends. It works with an item I think you've got. The key card? With an item you've got at some point. Okay. Yeah, at this point I think we can't do it anymore because they haven't given us enough dead ends. The one unfortunate thing about this game is just that there's a lot of stuff in it that relies on luck. Give me a turnip. Yay. Salty turnip. An old tin can. Yeah, we're gonna go to the garage real quick. Where's the kitchen? Have a good one, Maury. Oh, the watering can? I was like, what has to do with water? It's like, oh yeah, that one. Secret garden key. Could be useful. Doesn't look like it has any secrets on it. Can I start up the car? Can I drive out of here? Nope, okay. Does this count as a dead end? I feel like I need to do this. Pump room, laboratory, dead end room? No. Yeah, once you get into the archives, it's like, well, fuck. I guess at this point I'm just looking for more keys if I could possibly get to them. Boiler room? Sure. What are you gonna do? Boil me? I'm afraid of heights. What are you gonna do? Take me up a floor? Power. Oh yeah, there's usually dirt down here, isn't there? I got a shovel. I'm a shovelman. There's no dirt down here today. I wasted my time! My precious, precious time! So this would be the furnace, right? No, it's the goddamn pump room. And I don't think there's anything else I need to do for the pump room. I've drained, like, everything before. Except I could drain the fountain. But the fountain... Where does that get me? If I raise the thing... Like, if I raise the... I raise the water level in the lake, I could get... No, I've already broken through the door at the bottom. The reservoir still has some? Yeah, I've drained it before, and we've walked around the bottom and did everything. And then I've raised it up so we could go through, like, a special... There's a path that's only accessible when the reservoir is at 6. Yeah, it's only when it's attached to the boiler room that you can use the reserve tank. Yeah, it's like I could drain the fountain. That lets me get down, but it doesn't do anything. Only 6, not 6 in another thing. Exactly. Sure. X is a shortcut sometimes. The thing is, I can get into the foundation with the little path underneath because I already broke open the wall with the sledgehammer. An unremarkable rock. An ordinary key. Yeah, the only reason I would need to drain the fountain now is just to get all the money. I've been dropping money down there. Which might help me do the thing I want to do. The solarium. I wonder who keeps refilling these holes all the day. Who knows? Five, 6, 7. Yeah, we only got like halfway there. Well, treasure trove helps. Money, boom, 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 ba da doo doo. Pink boxes marked with a moon always contain false statements. Let's save this. This is note number 8. Real quick, let me look at all the notes in there. Green memos in white boxes are always lies. The true treasure of the trove is not in the house. The previous box in this room contained a true statement. 2 realms have the same color banner. Boxes marked with a moon always contain false statements. Okay. All boxes marked by a sun contain memos that are true. Okay, so this was in a moon. Yeah, this is... So, what was it? It was, this note. Boxes marked with a thing always contain false statements. The problem is, chat, this was in a box with a crescent moon on it. So, like, I don't know what that means. If you get a box that says the moon boxes always lie, and it's in a moon box, does that mean it's true or false? Are they just fucking with me? Good question. Moonbox. So I just have to write down that, like, by the way, this note was found in a moon box. So I don't know what if it has any meaning to anything. Now they give me the attic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What color was the first moon box? I didn't write it down. Blue, I assume. Okay, so this run is essentially over, except we can still get, what's it called? You can still get allowance by opening up a couple more doors. Where was the kitchen? It was this way. Give me the chef salad. More salty bananas. Going down the stairs and going up the stairs and going down the stairs and going up the stairs and going up the sideways stairs. I need more allowance, yodelay. Oh. And my gems get set to 2. Clara and Simon, the lunar eclipse ball. Oh, this makes me a little dizzy. Fly me to the moon. Let me kick its fucking ass. Let me teach it what I learned in my moon jujitsu class. In other words, fuck the moon. In other words, coward fight me. Tomorrow I'll get 20 extra steps, sure. And that's it. Yep, not even close. Oh, every time I enter. For anyone playing with horse girls, I got my first A+, and yeah, I want to write that way. Sure, man, sure. Cool. Let me out. Let me out. Yeah, see, I can always go into the basement through this door. So there's really no reason to empty this unless I want to get to all that gold. I wish I could toss all 70 in there, then I'd be able to buy out the showroom easy. As it stands, calling it a day. Call it a day for now. We can do one more run. Our red cathedral of the dead. You know, considering we added 8 courtyards to the draft pool, it's crazy that we only ever drafted 1, right? $20 more steps. $57. If we have a way to get $200 more, or I'm sorry, yeah, 250 more dollars, then we can buy out the whole showroom. Do I really want to take the test? It's been so long. We learned last time, sometimes there are tools in here. There doesn't appear to be tools in here this time. Okay. You think we can ace our exam, chat? Library? Sure, library. Oh, free key. Third largest city in Fen area is the site of the former capital, Reddington. Is synonymous. Oh. So Reddington is the former capital. That would be Oris. So Reddington is the city of Oris. Oh, and they named it Reddington after they beat it because they're Red Prince or whatever. Very subtle. Most popular attraction and guaranteed crowd pleaser are the Botanical Gardens, a Jaren canopy house, and a mausoleum, its petal-covered trails, mind-boggling variety of flowers. Just east of town, the Botanical Gardens offers scenic and captivating tableau of the natural countryside. Ilex S. Mesavere. That sounds like, what's it called? Arjun? Arajan? I mean, real quick, is that any Arajan that we know? Wait, I thought there was two oh, there it is. Lore, Hugh, Triate, Loon. Okay. Ares, future. I don't know. That's Latin boss, is it? Featherfall Keep. Sitting at the base of Mount Perma, Reddington's second highest summit, a historic site described as significantly important to the realm's past. Former house of Lord William Epson, recently been a private residence serving as the family home since before the Third Era. After the death of Lord Epson, his eldest son Lionel left the state never to return. His daughter stayed, maintaining the residence and its staff until her marriage in 1951. At that point, Featherfall Keep ceased to be a family residence, began operating as a historic house and tourist attraction. The fort was built by the first king of Orinda Ares when Reddington was still the capital. However, surface documents containing conflicting dates have recently cast some doubt. Trinsdale Lake. Premier vacation destinations. The 100 Bells Tea Room. I have a business card that mentions them. You won't believe what cultivator is called. I don't know what you mean. An elevation of 11,200 feet. Tallest mountain in Reddington and the highest peak in the entire realm. Only a few hours from Reddington to get to the trailhead. Property is completely private since closing the schoolhouse in '66. The Bazaar, for sentimental tourists wishing to pick up a souvenir to remember their stay. The Mainway Station can look dangerous. Can be a dangerous place. Ah, I see. Oh hey, a map. This might be useful. Oh, it's the real breed of holly. I see. Map of Reddington. Okay. That might be useful for the test later. Okay, we get a rare room out of here. Bookshop. I think we've got all the bookshops. I don't know if it's worth double checking. I think we bought out everything. Ah, fuck it. Let's double check. This room is so rare. Okay, yeah. We've got everything. I got a picture of Blackbridge. That's interesting. This is also a room that has a bishop in it, so if we want to try to do the chess puzzle again, we can. Yep, we're getting snaky on it. Call me Snaky Jakey. Four-way intersection, please? No. Commissary will do. Sledgehammer. Bow. We don't need the running shoes. Let's get 5. Okay. We're low on keys. Wow, they just really do not like me today. Oh, hey, a shovel. Dig, diggy hole. Yeah, and we have to get security. The only way we're going to get enough classrooms is if we can go down. Keycard system. Low. Oops. Password accepted. Connecting to the library. We're gonna brary it way around. Experimental setup, yeah. Oh, each time you eat an apple. Yeah, we're gonna be doing that a lot. Let's do it. We're going through the schoolhouse. Each schoolroom has an apple in it. Okay, classroom. There's grade 1. Give me a dice. Nope, they gave me a gem. Classroom. I'm gonna make an Ouroboros of classrooms. Give me a dice. Nope, they gave me a key. Who do they think they are? Mr. Big Stuff? Yeah, I've got a million redraws. I do not need that. Yeah, I've got a million redraws. Sure, I guess I'll take the attic. And it might as well be a useful dead end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. Always want to count them, just in case you miss one. Yep. Yeah. Need more classrooms. Give me a dice. Damn it. Where are my dice, chat? Yeah, we do this one. Because we've got a shovel. Although, I think we want to wait till we get a workshop, maybe. Oh, fuck. Get a den, maybe. Yep, we'll take a classroom. Oh, I did get one die. And another key. Yep, we'll redraw. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Passageway. Is this key card locked as well? No. Hee 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 hee. Yeah, if it's gonna go back anyway, might as well observe. Observatory. Apples are extra tasty. Free key. Free diamond. Special things. Oh yeah. The slice. The twins. Do we want to make 4-way intersections more common? Tasty ass classrooms on a classroom day, yeah. Considering how we're locked in here, yeah, maybe we should. Almost to 50. Take the Southern Cross. The Rotunda or the Great Hall. I do have like 6 keys. I have to use all of them though to like go in. This also does let me get to the antechamber if I need to. Could also just get the Rotunda. Cost all my gems, though. Yeah, you know what? We'll do it. Let's go gambling! Well, we got a key refund, chat. A key fund, one might say. Which is good, because we wasted one there. This one has to be the way through. A vestibule! Vestibule kind of sucks. These all kind of suck. Each time you went to the dormitory after drafting a classroom, gain 10 steps. We've already got like 1,000,000 steps, though. The vestibule is like actively bad. Yeah, I'm hoping I can get a workshop and make the super shovel. And now they're not getting me any classrooms is the problem. Nice, nice. Oh, my thing, yeah, now we're at 50. What happens if I go back and look back in the observatory now that we've gone up a day? Will it be different, or do I have to draft another one? Okay, there's a classroom. Apples. Hey, there's another dice. Okay, we need like a workshop. The vault is good if we can get into the vaults. Yeah, I think we just redraw. Yep. Get another classroom. Yeah, it's pretty much a dead end anyway. Cupcake. 10 steps. Yeah, I really should be looking around on the desks. I keep forgetting they can contain stuff. I mean, these ones don't, but... Starfish. And I can't get into the observatory that way. I have to go through the Grand Hall. Okay, what happens on the 50th day? Nothing. Fuck. I think I ruined it. Something special was supposed to happen on day 50, but because of the aquarium, I've like gone... Now next time I enter one, I'll be beyond 50. Weight room, lose half my steps. Yeah, I've got so many. And I'm going to get more because apples are extra tasty. Yeah, we don't need to see that. I might need to start using my shovel after all. Ah, there we go. Kids always leaving money on the table. I'm almost out of keys. Treasure trove? Sure. Okay, real quick. Let's just go ahead and dig before we get too far. Maybe we'll find a key. Nope, a nail. Nothing of interest here. Pink boxes with moons are always lies. $100. Plus 16. See, I did have a commissary back there. How many green rooms? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back. I was really hoping to get the tool room, but I'm realizing now that my choice to make that rare is maybe a bad one. No, I need to go through here. Another coin. Come on, give me a key. Thank you. A silver key, even. Yeah, you know what? While I'm here... one key for every bedroom in the house. So that would be 2 keys. Because the aquarium counts as a bedroom. Sure. Couple of keys for the boys. These are my boys, and they're always with me. Tell 'em, boys. A turnip. Well, that gets me some of the steps back. Make a key. A shoe. How am I going to unlock doors with that? I thought there was a pile of dirt in here. Am I misremembering? Am I going mad? Oh, sure. At this point, I'll just buy out everything. Yep, I might not be able to make it again. We'll see. Have to make sure to use these rerolls very carefully. Billiard room does get me more keys. And gets me one step closer to the trophy. -5 plus 14, is that what they're asking? I've never seen this before. If 9 is the answer? No. Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. Wait, -5. That would be... Wait, the pink is divided. No, divided is purple. That's... So -5 times 2. So -10 plus 14 would be 4. Okay. 1 squared, which is 1, times 18, which is 18, divided by 9 is 2. Okay. -10 plus 5. -10 plus 5 would be -5, and then squared. -5 squared would be +25, minus 10 would be 15. There we go. I'm the math master. When it comes to arithmetic, I tick. Yeah, this is a good place to get the rotunda. I'm the mathster. I still don't know what it means, Chad. Yeah, we just use a regular key. Drawing room. I was gonna be like, well, you know, we can re-roll until we get a class, but this helps us get 2 classes. Have we found the secret garden yet? Yeah. The trophy room. The breaker box will ensure we don't run into a dead end. How many more we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we only need 2 more. So yeah, let's make sure we don't run into that. And now we re-roll for classroom. The vault. Why would I want the vault? The boudoir. That gets us even more re-rolls. Oh. Classroom. Grade 8. I hope you want to learn a fictional foreign language, chat. Apple. Yeah, let's use our silver key here. Man, the dining room would be great placement if I could rotate it. Vestibule sucks. Why are they giving me exclusively, like, downwards facing? There we go. Yeah. Courtyard. Do I have a sledgehammer? I do. Smash! Becky, let me smash. Would you like yellow? Maybe blue and yellow? Coins. Yeah, we go up first. Yeah. Second courtyard. Same as the first courtyard, but with a metal detector. They call me Gemerald Stevenson. 2 courtyards? How scandalous. Who the hell buried a brick in here? freezer would be bomb. It would be. We're going to take our last classroom, though. The final test. Okay. Last time I got a B on this, chat. The thing is, it's an open book test. Right? Like they say, you can use all your notes. You can go back and look through all the classrooms, but you only have 30 minutes to take it. So the question is, if it's open notes, then that means I can just look up the answers on Google, right? Let's, real quick. Blueprints final exam. It is an open book test that allows you to leave the classroom to seek information of other rooms. Be careful about misclicking while answering. Once answered, you cannot undo the choices made this day. Does open book let you ask your friend that's graduated? Yeah, it has a thing that tells me all the questions. It doesn't... Oh, there's the solutions. Okay, so I have the solutions if I need them. Okay. Finally got tired of the BS puzzles. The thing is, it just takes so much effort to make 9 whole things, right? I'm going to try to do it my way, but I'm just going to look. Like, I've already been here before. I don't know where a lot of this information comes from. The exam has begun. Okay, so Sam has left the house at 6, drove 3 hours north, past 8 flags. He turned northeast to Tanner Fork and drove 3 hours and passed 4 additional flags of the same color before arriving at Trisdale. What color were the flags? And this is red because Tanner Fork is in Orinda Aries. Or Fen Aries, I should say, which all has red flags. In the scenario, where does Sam live? He lives in the grand city of Fen, right? Oris. See, that's the thing. I would be like, oh, he lives in Fen because they have the red things. I don't know how I'm supposed to know that Tanner Fork and Trinsdale are in Oris. They don't call it Oris anymore, do they? They call it Reddington. I don't know. What color is most associated with hallways? That would be orange, right? Yeah. I think there was a map of Oris somewhere. Which of the following would be the least patriotic room pairings? A chapel in Fen Aries, a shop in Arch Aries, a greenhouse in Corica, a bedroom in Araja. Yeah, because Araja's color is purple. Fen Aries' color is red, so the chapels are red, the bedrooms are purple. Arch Aries is yellow, and so it would be a greenhouse in Corica. I don't know what Corica's color is, but it's not green, apparently. What color is the fruit that gives you 3 steps when consumed? It's a banana, so it's yellow, right? Yeah. Solve the following. 5 minus 5 divided by 2. It'd be 0, right? Yeah. 5 divided by 2? 5 divided by 2 is 2.5. Oh, wait, is this times? Is it the times? Yeah, the pink is times. Damn color-coded math. Okay, so 5 times 2 is 10. Plus 2 is 12. Times 2 is 24. Yeah. 5 minus 2 is 3. Times 5 is 15. Plus 1 is 16. 3 times 5 is 15. 16. Oh, that's minus 5. So 16 minus 5 is 11. Yeah. This is the other one. I wasn't sure if this was 1 plus 0 or 10. It would be 10 times 4 is 40. Plus 5 is 45. Minus 4 would be 41. Or is that purple? That's purple. So 10 times 4 would be 40. Divided by 5. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 would be 9. 9 minus 4 be 5. Fuck, what am I fucking up? What do they say the answer is? 4? I guess I'm just 9 minus 4. But it was 5. I'm dumb. Whatever. So that is a 10, though. Okay, 1 minus 4 is negative 3. Negative 3 times 2 is negative 6. Negative 6 plus 7 is 1. Be 1? Yeah. Is 8. 40 oh, for some reason. Okay. Try to do this fast. That's the problem. And maybe I'm dumb too. So 3 minus 4 is negative 1. Times 8 is negative 8. Negative 8 divided by 2 is negative 4. Plus 5 is 1. Is 11 1? Yeah. Which element is represented by C? It's carbon, right? Yeah. Which element appears directly below helium? Yeah, it's nitrogen. That's one like I can just look at the chart. Which of the following is not a real element? It's LL, right? Yeah. Which element is represented by AG? It's silver. I remember that one. Which clues could not be used in the spelling of the word clues? Uranium is U, carbon is C, radon is that, chlorine Cl, so it'd be radon, right? 16 is C, radon, yeah. The answers are Mount Holly. Ah, I see. How many elements are there on the top row? It's 2, right? Yeah. The city of Fen is south of which body of water? It's Morning Bay, right? Yeah. Tinsdale Lake is here. The Sea of Aries is way north. I don't know where Cora Cove is. How many cities in Fen Aries are larger than Reddington? Just be 2, right? Yeah. Because it'd be the Grand City of Fen, and I don't know what the other one would be. But I know that this used to be the capital, so there wouldn't be many larger than it. 19-2, yeah. Which of the following is not near Fen Aries? Well, Arch Aries is right above it. Araja is right below it. Nuance is like the island off the left side. I guess it would be west side, and Corica is like way off in the other continent. Which sigil denotes the realm of Arch Aries? It's the mountain, right? 21 is A. Which realm is directly north of Araja? That would be Fen Aries. 22 is C, Fen Aries, yeah. where you are right now as you take this exam. We'd be in Mount Holly. Yeah, this was the one where it's like, I don't know if this test is from the perspective of they want you to know the actual information or they want you... Because we are in Oris, in Orinda Aries. Like, that's what it originally was, but now it's Reddington in Fen Aries. According to this, it's B. Which two pieces of art would be best to depict the letter B? It would be Bale and Ale, right? B. Hey, Bale and Bug of Ale, Mug of Mail, Mug of Ale. Which of the following pieces of art was not displayed in the grade 5 classroom? Yeah, that one's mean because it's like, this isn't an actual test. It's just go back and look at that classroom. 25, the jungle. Yeah, I got that wrong originally. Which of the following pieces of art is not displayed at Mount Holly's entrance? Yeah, I know the face is there. I know the ace is there. And then we weren't sure about these other ones. I guess Trinsdale, now that we've seen the thing, it's there, so it'd be Realize? Yeah. .26 is C, Realize, yeah. Can you spot the difference? This I don't understand at all. I guess the crown is red, so it'd be there. These shades are like barely different. Why would you do this on like black and white? Also, I don't know what these letters are. B-I-M-C? B-I-M-R? According to the answer, 27 is I. I don't know why it's I. Do you know your angels? I don't. I've only found the names of like 2 of them. Who was the first crowned ruler of Fen Aries? That would be General Teskin, right? Yeah. This guy launched the thing, but he died during the battle, so he wasn't actually crowned. In which era were the railways destroyed? That would be the 6th era, because it was after the War of the 5th era. 29 is D, the 6th era. How long did the War of 5th era last? That would be 22 years. It was a long one, right? This question, I thought it said 50, but it's 30. Yeah, 22 years. What was the first capital of Fen Aries? It was Oris. Oh wait, Fen Aries. That would be the grand city of Fen, right? That's where I got it wrong. That's why it's called Fen Aries now. It used to be called Orinda Aries, because it was named after Oris. Which realm gifted Fen Aries a dirigible? This one I hadn't figured out. I think it was Nuance? 32. Yeah, Nuance. Okay, so Nuance is the ones with the blimps. We have to remember that. The deciding battle was fought on the southern shores of which famous landmark? It was the Royal Museum, right? No, it was the Colossus of Orinda. I don't remember where I would see that information. Damn, this test is long. We're not even like halfway done. Solve the following. 6 squared, that's 36, right? Yeah. -3 squared is 9. -3 is 6. So 35 is also D. Yeah. 12 reversed is just 21. Yeah, 21. 11 divided by, or no, times 3. 33 rounded would be, oh, that's divided. 11 divided by 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it'd be like 3.2, and then rounded, it would just be like 3. 37 is B4. Well, Got that one wrong. Except I didn't. 4 squared is 8. No. 16. 16 plus 5 is 19 times 2. 19 times 2. Fuck, I need a calculator. 38 minus 1 would be 37. 21. 42, 41. Something like that. It's 38. 38, they're saying it's 14. Yeah, because I guess 41 and then this diamond means you reverse it. I'm not even gonna worry about this one. Fuck it. I'm just gonna look it up. 39 is 200. It's 200. Right? Yeah. Who was in the what is the Harajan word for house? It's, I don't know off the Ajao 40. Hugh. Yeah, this is the one I just looked at the sheet because I never learned Harajan. I was like, fuck it. There are things I'm willing to do, but it's not this. New gate. My tree is not very old. How would you say this? You have a very long name. Ura Ajaorum. How would you tell an Arajan, count me out? Lay. Using the provided Arajan terms for cardinal directions above, would you be able to, what would be the clearest path to get someone from point A to point B? Cheat et ursa iseve trevo. You have copied the wrong website. 0%. No! In ancient Dorinda, the number 8 was considered a mathematically near perfect, though many in secular sphere hold that this only advanced form of 8 was worthy of numerical perfection. D. What would that be? 8 squared reversed? 46? Why would 46 be mathematically perfect? It says it's D. End of exam. Complete. Okay, we did it. We did it. I knew most of the answers. Oh, and I can't look back. Okay. Please take a seat. If you would just take a seat, please. And then the music just ends. This fucking game, I tell you what. The vestibule. Yeah, I'll reroll. All hallway doors are locked. Sure. Schoolboy Simulator. I don't even know how that's supposed to work. It's just magic. The angel was Orinda. Huh. Where do I find such information? Also, what do I do by getting... Unlike the classroom, each of these courtyards don't seem dramatically different. So it's the difference between Orinda and Orindia. Ah, I see. I thought the land was named after Horus, the first king. Oh, it's the rotunda. I was like, what the heck is this? Horus was named after Orindia too. Ah, I see. I don't know, it's been like 7 months. The silver key. Silver keys, partly metal, partly real. Anyone remember Silverhawks? Any fans of Silverhawks in the audience? Okay, massive points. I get points just for remembering Silverhawks. I didn't especially like it. Tallyhawk. I always thought it was really weird phrasing to say that they were partly metal and partly real, because they're like cyborgs, right? So by real, they mean like flesh or like biological. Because like metal is real, it exists. I still need to find out if there's a secret in the treasure room. I don't think there is. Hey! It's a great way to cap everything off. And a key. Okay. So, okay, we need to make that commonplace. The terrace needs to be commonplace. The drafting studio needs to be rare, which it already is. Okay. And then while we're here, we can adjust. We can adjust any room that we've already adjusted. Oh no, we can only set them back to where they were. Have we found all the safes? We found 7 of them. We're still missing one more safe. I don't know where it would be. Freezer? Freezer? Might as well. Wager 100. Damn. I was really hoping maybe I could get the 4 allowance tokens. Red 5. Yep, and that's everything. We could go into the antechamber, but there's not really any reason to. We could also maybe do the chess puzzle real quick. Because we've done everything with the armory we want to do. We'd rather get rid of that and try one of the other things. But in order to do that, we would need... where's it at? The king, which only spawns in the office, as far as we know. Yeah, red 5, you're talking about the red note? Or the red envelope? Yeah, they each have different, like, things on the front. Different text and whatnot. I don't know what that's the... Oh wait, now I'm just noticing... We have 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're missing the third one. But I don't know about any other safe we haven't gone into, except for the Black Bridge. But I don't know... I don't even have, like, a clue as to where the final piece for opening Black Bridge is. I found 2 of them. I haven't found the third. We'll call it a day. What 2 do we have? Well, there's the one you get just by opening Black Bridge. And then there's the one you get by solving the puzzle in a new clue that tells you to dig on the west side of the house. I suppose there is another thing in a new clue, but I haven't been able to figure it out. We also need to get back into her ladyship's chambers because we know where the key is. Although we have to get it on a day where we have the tomb. We did it. I'm a scholar. The diploma trophy. $100%. Nothing else. Okay. Also, I should write down in my notes before I forget while we're here. Because we do have notes for all the sigils. Nuance, we know they're a diamond. And we now know their color is... Oh, it's... No, we needed to go back to the classroom. Do I have a picture of those slides? There was the one that showed, like, the blimp, and it was a specific color. And I assumed that would tell me. Yeah, we do also need to get all the keys for the vault and the archive. Wasn't it green? No, that was the other one. We found out that Korakia is not green, but we already know that it's orange. Let me look, just blueprints, classroom slides. Pictures of classroom materials. Yeah, I think it was in grade 6. Yeah. Okay. There's the guy being coronated. Of course, these are damn fandom pages. When will people learn? Fandom is awful. There's the red banners versus the black banners. There's the king dying. So railroads being taken apart. Of course, it's the last one. There we go. Can I just drag it over here? No. No, of course not. That would be too easy. We can window capture. Is it green? Oh, it is green. Okay. At least that looks like a green for me. Yeah. Of course, that doesn't, like, prove it, but considering how important color is to everything, I assume that means that the nuance color is green. We know that they're green. We know that their symbol is the diamond. We don't know what their weather is like or what their main form of transportation, although it would probably be airships, right? Considering they sent an airship. What do we have outside today? Turtles. Of course. I got the password for the security terminal. Yeah, but it didn't really... It gave us some, like, lore, but it didn't progress the story. Oh, the shrine again. The shrine of the silver monkey. Okay. Yeah, we're going to call it a day, but I'll at least figure out... We'll add one more note in here. We've done 2, 4, 6. I'm just going to do 8. Oh. Oh, we're already there. Gotcha. Yeah, we got the password for the terminal where it's like the one guy's name or the one girl, the like new person. Blessing still running. I thought maybe we could have 2 blessings. Either that or I was like, surely they won't give me the shrine again after I've already done the shrine, and yet there they are. More shrines. Either way, we made some progress. We got another trophy. It does still. I think it's kind of. I really want to finish it, but also it does feel like with so many of the puzzles wrapping up, it's hard to make progress. Especially because one of the things that someone like pointed out previously, it's like there was a room that I had been in like several times before, and I thought I had everything in. It was a security office. Someone's like, oh, there's still a note in there that has something that you can read with a magnifying glass. And I just never would have thought to do it because it's one of those rooms I've marked off as like thoroughly searched. Right? So there's a bunch of rooms that like as far as I'm concerned, what would be a good example? The power room. It's like I feel like I've solved every puzzle in the power room. If there's more, I don't know. Like, so I don't draft it, and who knows, maybe there's something hidden in there where if I do some other thing, I can, like, get it. I might get to the point where it's like, okay, I've gone as far as I can get. Have we gotten all the shops? Yeah. We've cleared out the library, or the special bookstore. The tomb. Oh yeah, we still need to figure out the tomb. It's basically like, we just gotta get vault keys. We gotta get vault keys, and we've gotta get archive keys, and then we've gotta open those several more times. I assume 8, because everything works in things of 8. I assume there'll be something in the 8. Oh yeah, it's one of the sanctum keys. I don't know what's in the archive one. Actually, let me look back real quick. Do I already have this? Get rid of the first report card. It's the sigils. Oh, I have the Odion vocab right here, in case we need it. Did you translate the tomb thing? No, I want to get to the ladies. Or what was it? Next time we get the tomb, I guess we'll sit down and do that. I assume now that it's open, it'll be open forever. Where's it at? It's the one from... There we go. We need to get all the sigil doors. That's what I'm assuming is the last one. And actually, real quick, let's get rid of this. Let's go ahead and open this up in Paint. There's a little more to the attic and safe house notes. I see. We're going to save this as PNG. Goals completed. Okay, so we'll put this back up here. The first key is found here on the furthest rank. Check. We got that one. Actually, let's do this in red. There we go. Check. The second is locked tight in the vault of a bank. Okay, so we know where that one is. The third is up high among all the clocks. We've done the clock puzzle. The fourth is down below, beneath all the docks. We got that one, with all the chests and everything. The fifth is held by a king on his throne. No idea how to do that. Sixth is in a station, left by one of your own. I got that one. The seventh is major, if you draft it quite late. We got that one, by complete chance. The last is waiting behind the last door of 8. So I assume that one's the only one that'll get there. So we need to find a throne room or a king. The only thing I can think of is there's the room where Mom practiced to steal the crown, but like that's not a throne room, that's like a museum. 88888888, yeah. The last door of 8. So I assume the 8th door will open once all the other doors are open, or I'll find some way to circumnavigate the door or something. The last door of 8 I found to be bullshit. Yeah, I guess we'll figure it. Either that or it has to do with, like, the 8 room. If we draft the Blessing of the King, maybe it'll be secret. Yeah, so we will see. For now, I'm going to get going. Chat, who do you want to raid today? Like, everyone that we know is currently playing Master Duel, it looks like.